Okay, brother. Here we go. Warming up my voice. Yo. All right, here we go. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Framentor stream. The I don't even have camera going. Holy. The most nonsensical thing since Fresh and Fit podcast. Anyway. Okay, let me just. Okay, I'm gonna hide this. Alright, we're gonna start with this. Alright, so there's a couple of videos. Well, couple means six in my dictionary. 6 videos I wanna look over. Regarding, so I wanna see what people are saying about this whole problem, this whole TOS crackdown and stuff like that, and then a bit of like greed in video games, and then the crypto CEO thing. I didn't see that, so I don't know what that's about. But based on the picture, it's about him saying that it's a Ponzi scheme, basically, which is like, yeah, it's like crypto is the new pyramid scheme, basically, or something like that. Yeah, I found it. I didn't see it coming. I actually thought crypto was legit, and I'm sure like Bitcoin and stuff like that is legit to an extent, but it's like the abuse of any system just makes people distrust said system so much that it's like, yeah, I don't want to watch it anymore. You know, it's like I don't wanna follow these things anymore and stuff like that. So yeah, all right, let's start with the truth behind Final Fantasy XIV streamers and the TOS crackdown by Lucy Pyre. Alright, so Lucy Pyre here knows the truth behind the Final Fantasy XIV streamer and TOS crackdown. Let's see what Lucy Pyre's truth is. Disclaimers, this was kinda just me rambling my half-baked opinions on the TOS crackdown. Whoa. Okay, so right away you're telling me this is not the truth, but this is your opinions? Half-baked nonetheless? Alright, I can live with that. Other streamers such as Xenos' Vex have more extensive breakdown of the topic than I do. But if you just want to gist
Before
of
I get into my
things,
rant,
okay.
I have to let you all know I have no add-ons whatsoever. I've
Liar.
never had any add-ons.
Liar.
I have no idea what a DSR
Liar.
even is. What is that? A fucking standardized test? Is that a disease? Is that something I should know about? Well, either way, I don't fucking have any clue. Sunchild June, is that a monitor you're using right?
It's third party
That
add-on.
sounds kind of third party to me. Fuck, they're right. I have a third party tool I'm using right now. Shit, report me. I deserve it. Xeno's already went into how the
I mean, we're technically also using Twitch, which is a third party add-on in which people can tell you live what to do. You know.
the wording of their announcement was sort of super duper vague. And it's understandable why it's vague. It would take them forever to sit down and list everything that they approve and everything that they don't approve. Plus,
No,
it's
it won't. I don't think it will. There's literally only so many add-ons. Like, hey, UI add-ons? Yeah, that's fine. These specific add-ons? Yeah, that's not fine. I honestly, if they just go with these specific add-ons will get you banned. Why do you have 12 mails? Check your mail, girl. Check your mail. Anyways, if yeah, if they just listed the add-ons that they're saying that these are the most problematic and these are the ones we are paying attention to the most, or something like that, in like not specific those words, but like a more diplomatic way to say you're gonna get fucked if you use these, and list those add-ons, I don't think it would be that big of a deal for them to do that. There's really not that many add-ons that are game breaking or like give you an advantage.
it's a problem for them if they approve something in general, right? They can't just come out and say, yeah, I don't give a fuck if you parse DPS. I don't care. Go ahead, use
But they
ACT.
do.
It's an approved tool. They can't just do that. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
The
obviously not
thing
on
that
ACT.
grinds my gears. The person that they banned, that they made an example out of, right? They banned him in the middle of his DSR.
Okay, so technically you're right, but also they were nice enough to wait for them to wipe. So give credit where credit is due.
Frog, didn't they? Here's the thing about that. That's just horrible.
Is it?
That's just horrible because as far as I know, his violation was he had an add-on that was visible on his stream and somebody reported him for it. And so the Final
No,
Fantasy 14 response was not simply
that's not what it was. It was very specific add-ons that help you with the raids. Namely, I believe it was the call out the abilities and the DPS meter, which Yoshi P really hates. Now, were the reports? Yeah, sure, probably. The thing is, the GM that showed up was a real person, and he took into consideration, like, yeah, there are reports and whatever. He got to the bottom of it to an extent, and he checked, and he confirmed the ban. It's not like it was an automatic ban. So there was involvement by Squeenix about this. Now, the other thing is, if it was a different GM, maybe he wouldn't have gotten banned, right? It's like there is the human aspect to being a GM and stuff like that. However, all like again, all the person like, why is he showing his DPS meter, right? And again, I get it, but it's like, why are you showing your DPS meter? Like, let's like be like complete idiots, right? Why would someone show the DPS meter on a prog? He's not checking his DPS meter, and if he was, he doesn't need to show it either. Like if he has a death, what do you call it? Like a death log, why he died or whatever. He doesn't have to show it. He can review it on the side, like all these things, and like he can discuss them, right? It's like, oh, I probably like I died to this, whatever. Even though he knows exactly by a death log, he doesn't really have to say that he's using it. It's like, oh yeah, I got hit by this, I got hit by this ability, and it's like whatever, and no one can prove that he's using add-ons. The thing is, it's like people got so ballsy when it comes to add-ons, knowing full well that the dev team really doesn't want you to use them for years, right? The problem is right now the game got so popular that it's I would say it's probably getting out of hand how many people are using add-ons and how prevalent it is, and people literally say, I don't give a fuck um about what the devs team says. We are all going to use add-ons, and even all these guides are like, this is how to install this and this add-on, but just so you know, you might get banned for it. Like all the guides say that you might get banned for it, no one cares because they know, and even the guides say usually it's like you might get banned for it, but let's be real, if unless you use it to harass somebody, no one ever gets banned for it. So I think like the devs just like, okay, like this is getting out of hand, it's too much. There's just too many people on right now. Like not that there's like it's a problem that there's too many people, but it's like there's so many people that's like we need to like solve this before this gets out of hand. And I think that's what they did. Now Ultima, in my opinion, an Ultimate is probably like not the best time to do it. They probably should have done it earlier. But during Ultimate, the problem is like when people were streaming the Ultimate, that's when you had the most viewers and the most people watching Final Fantasy at the same time, amongst many different streamers. So you had a lot of eyes on these people, and everyone was using similar add-ons. That's practically advertising add-ons, and I don't think the devs really want that.
to say, oh, we're currently investigating these things. We're investigating, you know? We didn't have to take someone out of the middle of their prog. And you know, this is the type of person who not only is invested in your game, but helps other people become invested in your game as well because they're a big streamer, right? So you're out here just handing out a 10-day ban
Yeah.
while they were
Again,
on.
I don't agree that the ban should have been 10 days, 3 at most, and honestly, maybe just a 1 day, really. Just kind of like, if you really just want to make him as an example, 1 to 3 days at most. Like 10-day ban is too much.
Stream for someone who is a hardcore raider.
Again, it has to be on stream only because they can detect it. So if you don't show it, they can't. They don't know.
Clearly cares about your game, cares about sharing it with other people. And your response was not, I should wait a month and I can give like an obligatory, like 3 day suspension just to sure people know we're still enforcing the rules. They could have done that. Instead, they chose to immediately suspend for 10 days.
Yeah,
I just don't
punishment
understand
was a
why
bit
they
too
chose
much
this
for sure.
timing. And the people, yeah, that's another thing, Dark Archer. The people who
The reason they chose this timing, again, in my opinion, is because there were a lot of eyes on this. So they, again, it's the best. It's also the best time to make a point. There's a lot of eyes on this, and it's like you're gonna get banned, and all these people now will have second thoughts about getting add-ons.
mass reporting. Why are we not talking about how that itself is possibly more toxic than anything I've seen any elite, hardcore, parsing, whatever the heck kind of raider doing? Mass reporting someone just because you saw an add on their stream is far worse than someone subtly implying that your DPS is bad. Yeah, no, I also don't think stream.
I mean, it's subjective. I agree with her, but it's subjective. It depends how the system handles it. Mass reporting someone doesn't mean anything if there's no auto ban involved. If let's say people are mass reporting and the GM gets involved and he's like, oh yeah, no, that's fine, and then nothing happens, the people who are mass reported might get the punishment, right? It's like if there's nothing to report, people won't mass report, right? Again, now, if you do nothing wrong, whatever, it's kind of like when you're driving on the highway and you're not doing anything wrong, but like you see a police car and you're like getting nervous. That's not a good feeling. I don't think that's how streamers should feel if they're like, it's like that's kind of what it feels like. It's like, oh, there's a streamer here, like fucking report the motherfucker. I don't think that's a good thing for the game as a whole. I don't think that should be a thing. I think what should happen is if someone is reported, because they don't have an automated report system and there's actually a GM involved, if someone gets reported, there should be a cooldown before someone else can report that person. There's no need to have 50 to 1,000 people reporting somebody instantly. Having one person, then everyone who reports him after get a message that's like this person has recently been reported would be enough, given that the GMs are actually looking at these reports. If they're not and there's an automated system, that's different. But as far as I can tell, from what I understand, Squeenix actually has people who are looking at the reports.
Should get special treatment. However, it's a little bit like it's the opposite, because for a regular person, they're never gonna have their screen shown, like in a public setting, right? So it's the people who are never gonna have their mods visible to anyone else
Exactly.
that are never gonna get reported. So it's
Yeah,
really
100%.
streamers who will suffer the most from this sort of thing. And I get it
Yes.
if people care less about that because, oh, it's a streamer, it could never happen to me. That's fine. I get it. Before I became a streamer, I probably would have thought the same way. But for me, it's just the sort of principle of the matter that we have a
I mean, I still
community
think the
that
same
bands together
way
not to do
while
nice
trying to be a
things, but
streamer.
to mass report streamers because they're checking their own DPS and you can see it on the
One
screen.
sec.
That's something that the devs have indirectly supported with this move. I understand, and I don't wanna pretend that I know everything that
Well,
goes on like in the decision making, because obviously I'm not a game dev, right? I can't know. It's out of my reach. But I feel like the proper response to these reports was to do nothing. Because how are you gonna suspend a guy?
uh, no, I don't think that's the proper response. I think it's a shitty response, but it had to happen at some point. I don't think Ultimate should have been it, but also Ultimate was the best time to do it. Again, once you have the most eyes on something, is the best time to do something, in my opinion, because it sends a better message. Not a better, but it's like it sends a bigger message, right? That's all it is. Like that, did this flare up the community? Yeah, sure, whatever. They'll get over it in a week or two, but like the message was sent pretty clearly, and the people's response is a good example of why it was sent really clearly.
And then put a message in your announcement that you're interested in having your own UI additions that are in.
Again, that kind of sucks, and yeah, it probably like they would not improve the UI or have that message if people were not using all these add-ons. But it's the same as like weed would not be legalized if people were not smoking weed so much, even though it was illegal, you know?
inspired from these mods that people are using. So you're fine with stealing their idea. You're fine with taking their idea. You're not fine with people using it in the meantime while you don't have that implemented in your game. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it. Once again, I feel like there are some people in the creator sphere who are having opinions just to have opinions, and we seem kind of split. I don't know. I'd say like 60% of people don't like this new TOS.
I haven't seen any content creator that likes the TOS. Like when it comes towards it goes towards like this subject. Other stuff in the TOS I think was fine, but like when it goes towards this subject, it looks like I haven't seen the 40% that she's talking about that is like okay with the TOS. I've seen only like people who are not okay with TOS. Because if you say like, oh well, the people who are using Gshade, whatever, no, Gshade and stuff like that is also technically in the TOS that it's illegal. I think people just like taking shit out on streamers and like making the streamers suffer a bit. Though, in my opinion, if a streamer is successful, a 10-day ban is like a blessing because now they can like play other games.
Hammer dropping, I suppose, and then 40% are defending it. I just want to put my own 2 cents out there. Not for clout purposes, but because I actually care about this sort of thing. I don't feel like this is something we should be encouraging. I don't think that people who parse are nearly as toxic as people make them out to be. And
I don't think that's the reason. It's like the people who parse are not the toxic ones. The mentality around parsing is what's toxic. The whole parsing sphere is toxic. It's not the individual people, it's the thing about parsing that is toxic. It's like the activity is toxic even if the people that are doing it are not. And again, toxic is again very subjective, right? So it's like the whole point in this is that they like don't want this mentality in their game. That's all it is. The mentality itself is toxic, right? And again, the whole thing about parsing is like the only way to get parsing is to clear the boss. So if like you're gray or you're purple or you're legendary like yellow, it doesn't matter. It means you killed the boss. So who cares?
I say that as someone who started this game. I started in 2015, and
Yep.
this was when I was playing on the PS3, PS4. I couldn't parse, obviously. I couldn't even know my own damage. I have never been griefed over my damage. No one has even mentioned my damage to me.
That's mostly because they would get banned if they did. If you play any other game where the devs were not against harassment as much as Squeenix, you would like they would say something. That's not the problem with it. Let's just say it like this. In my static, when we were doing prog, we were using DPS meters. We didn't tell the people they're doing bad DPS. We just said we're gonna look for other people for the static because they were doing like 2 to 3,000 less DPS than our average DPS. Right, like the fourth person was just like not pulling out DPS. And it's not like he was like buffing people. It wasn't like a dancer or I don't know, a ninja or whatever, whoever can buff others. It's like I think it was like a machinist or something like that. And it's like, bro, how are you not doing damage? How's your damage so low? And then we looked at the gear and like the guy is like not only is he not prepared, like he has no what's it called? No melds. He had like he wasn't prepared for raid. He just like thought, like, okay, whatever, I'll join the static, whatever. Fine. I'll I'll pretend to put in the effort. And he didn't, and we kicked him. And the DPS was what gave it away at first, because we didn't like inspect him hardcore. We kind of trusted the guy. It's like he said he had experience and whatever, and we're like, okay, fine, we're gonna trust you. The DPS gave it all away. He was getting hit by mechanics. He didn't do research on the fights, and like his DPS was shit the whole time. And like we felt like we were carrying this guy, even though yeah, he did probably enough damage at least for the first two bosses. We couldn't clear the third boss because of the ads, and the guy kept getting hit by mechanics more often than everyone else. But the damage was literally, if let's say all of that was still happening, but his damage was like pop damage, no one would care, right?
The worst thing that I've ever heard was someone saying our damage is not high enough to clear XYZ trial. And then
Yes,
that
that's all they can say. Let me tell you, if the guy who's doing 10k DPS and everyone else is doing 8 7, and 6, he is gonna say our DPS and not say all three of you need to get better. Of course, he's gonna say that. First of all, no one wanna play with this guy who's doing 10k DPS and blames his team, even though it's correct what he's saying. Right? Like no one wants to play with a guy like that. I know no one wants to play with me.
that person leaving. Which honestly, is that supposed to hurt me? It doesn't target me. It doesn't single me out. I've never heard anything that was
It does.
targeted.
It does if you knew your DPS. If you knew your DPS, it would single you out. If everyone knew the DPS at that time, it would single you out. You would be saying, "He means me." He says ours, but he means me.
At me or even other people. I can say whatever I think. I can have my own opinion. I can say I've never been griefed by anyone over my damage and that I'm serious. It's not because I'm just so good at the game or anything, because I'm not. It's because people don't do that in this game. You're lucky if anyone types in chat at all. Ultimately, Yoshi gonna do what Yoshi does. What Yoshi
Yeah, again, but because they know the consequences. It's like, well, everyone is happy in this game because no one is allowed to say negative things. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Like people vent their frustration one way or another. It's like they just can't do it here, they'll do it somewhere else. But it's like right now, for example, if you play League of Legends, you better mute your fucking chat. Meanwhile, in the background, you can be yelling at your fucking monitor, smashing your desktop, cursing your fucking team, but as long as you're not doing it in game, you're not gonna get banned.
want. All I can do is sit here and disagree and say to myself, this is encouraging bad behavior from the community. It's not as if the person was griefing anyone.
And also, when people say it's like bad behavior from the community, this is like the tiniest fraction of the community that actually cares about. I would say most streamers they care about to an extent. They care about enough to make a video about it. But let's be real, this is content. This is free content given to them by Squeenix, and they're having a blast with it. I think Zepla made like 2 or 3 videos about this. Xenos made 2 or 3 videos about this. Like Arthur's made I think 2 or 3 videos as well. Like everyone's making videos about this. Desperius now joined the fray. Ginger had like 4 or 5 videos about this already. This is free content, man. Like the streamers are happy this is happening to an extent. Like this is a blessing in disguise.
Stream, was it? It just feels completely unnecessary. Never had anyone attack anyone for damage, but had a couple of tanks fall to their anxiety and lash
I'm
out
not
at others.
gonna.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I already talked
usually
about
things that
this.
are completely independent of third-party tools that cause toxicity in this video game. I understand the situation and wow, I get it. I get why they come out and they say we don't allow third-party tools, because that means they never have to like design an encounter with those in mind, right? What I don't understand.
No, I mean that's a bonus. Yeah, but it's also well. I mean, I guess that's the main point. Yeah, fine. Like the toxicity is extra, but it's like yeah, I would say it's easier to design fights that are more realistic for people if the add-ons are disabled.
Is why they're taking action in such a visible and I suppose aggressive way against
Well, I already said this before, but because it's visible, that's exactly why.
people who are actually helping their game in the long run. And also, I was going to say, I feel that add-ons add
Also, I'm not gonna lie, like this argument that's like it's helping the game in the long run. Technically, in my opinion, what they did with this ban is bad for the short run, but it's really good for the long run. Right? Because they're like they're showing their hand. They're like we are not going to accept add-ons anymore. And also when they say that it's like banning streamers, okay, very select few streamers have been banned, and let's be real, the ones who contributed to the growth of Final Fantasy the most were like 4 or 5 streamers that moved from WoW to Final Fantasy. And I'm not saying that it's like, oh well, thank these streamers that they came and brought all these people. That's not what I'm saying. But to say that's like if they ban 1 or 2 streamers, it's like it's hurting the game in the long run. I really don't think so. If they ban like half the streamers for Final Fantasy, it's probably not gonna hurt the game as much as what those people who came to Final Fantasy helped it. Like they would still be in a massive surplus just because of that. Obviously, they don't want to lose players. That's why they didn't ban Xeno right away. They didn't ban Arthur's right away. They know they're using add-ons.
a new layer to the game that give it replayability and more fun. Just hypothetically, right?
Also, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, Sorry, I keep pausing like fucking pause champ. If I'm not mistaken, the main issue, the guy who got banned was on the Japanese server, I believe, right? Let's see here real quick. The guy who got banned was on the Japanese server, where they actually have laws against like manipulating the IP or something like that. Okay, so and I don't think anyone in the US got banned yet, as far as I know.
Because I've never done this before, if I were able to see my damage, right? And I was leveling my job, and I noticed over time myself improving on that number due to changing my rotation. Theoretically speaking, I would feel a lot more confident in my gameplay. I would.
Yes, DPS meters are a good way to gauge if you're doing more damage. But another thing you can do, like, so here's the thing: you don't need to see other people's DPS to do that. So if people were advocating for like I just want DPS meter for myself, I would be like, honestly, I don't see why they wouldn't add that into the game. You can just see your own DPS. You can't see other people's DPS. I would say that's fine. That would be a good like in between. That I think that's fine. You can't see other people's DPS. You can see yours. The other thing is, here's a good way to know if you're doing enough damage. So first of all, for all content, except for Savage and Ultimate, you don't need to do enough DPS. It's not an issue. In order to do Savage, you have the NPC guy that tests you on a dummy. You can clear that. You should be able to do the Savage. You can clear the Ultimate, and honestly, in my opinion, doing that. So you know how like to unlock P2S, you need to do P1S. I think, in my opinion, what should be if you kill P1S, you also need to do the dummy to do P2S. If you can kill the dummy for P2S, then you can do the P2S. I don't know how it works for healers. I know for tank and DPS it's pretty much damage. For healers, it's I'd never checked. So
Would feel myself improving. I would feel more satisfied. This is to say nothing about other types of add-ons such as visual add-ons, which yet again also do nothing to people who are playing the game and have nothing to do with toxicity. I think the biggest issue to come from this is the amount of toxicity and sheer meltdown the community has faced. Their attempt of making a stronger, united community has resulted in arguably what will become its biggest split point. Yeah, Radgrave Tony, I'm shocked by how much this has like blown up the community and
not
how
really.
much people are talking about this right
Again,
now.
on
And like
Twitter, yeah,
I
but
just
like
saw everyone discussing it and I was like,
literally
shit. I was
for two
thinking
weeks.
people would just ignore this for the most part or be like, stupid streamer. I'm really surprised that this became as big of an issue as it became. Just for what it's worth, I am on the side of people who are in favor of kind of just leaving third party tools alone. Just doing your best not to acknowledge them, not to worry about them. There's no way people are going to stop using third party tools, right? There's no way.
Right.
And Final Fantasy 14 knows that. It's basically just a
100%.
point where if a streamer slips up and something shows on the screen because they forgot to turn something off for a stream, or they had something in a YouTube
They
video
won't.
and
They
their
won't get.
username got
They
put,
probably
something
won't get
along
banned for
those
that.
lines. People need to be super careful because we have a community that is just happy to go completely trigger happy and just report happy. I don't like that. I don't like that vibe. So I am
Again,
hoping
that's
that
not.
this blows
It's
over
not the
really.
community though. It's like it's mostly it's. Well, again, first of all, the community was already divided because you have different people who are doing different stuff in the game, right? So it's like you have the people who are just building houses and they don't like other people. Like that's usually how it is, right? So I'm not saying all of them, but it's like you're gonna have these like clicks. Um, so you already had that division. Now, what you're seeing here is only because Final Fantasy grew at such a fast pace that that's why you see this happening. If Final Fantasy didn't grow as fast, as big, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. And again, one toxic person in a room of like very kind people will eventually turn the whole room toxic. That's just how it is. So you don't need many toxic people to make this into a very toxic thing. Just because only a few toxic people will make other people react, and then you're gonna have a war. Even people who had like no opinion about this will might want to participate, and they will have to choose a side.
Soon, and that they don't take this much further than they already have.
Spending Square going after streamers using UI add-ons are people who have #gposer in their Twitter profile and use RP mods. Great community hypocrisy. It's a power trip, plain and simple.
Hey, yo, listen, my add-ons are fine. See, that's the perspective. My add-ons are okay. I have a Fuda add-on.
See, the thing is, like, and this is where the division would start. The people who are using these add-ons, like the G shader, whatever, they'll be like, the people who are using the DPS ones and getting banned for it are ruining it for the rest of us. I mean, this division would happen regardless. It's like you can easily say Squeenix is the one dividing the people, but no, that's not it.
But you have an add-on that tells you what your number is in the game, and that's worse. Add-on for me? Not for thee. Why is it necessary to use anti-TOS third-party stuff to have hats as Vieira Hrothgar? The winner for me! You said it! I wasn't gonna go there, but you came out and you said it! Thank you. Thank you for being the voice for me. Here's the fucking thing. We have been waiting for 2 years. If not, no, has it been longer? Has it been longer at this point? 2-3 years in the middle of that somewhere? Over 90% of the hats in this game are not wearable by 2 races and 3 genders. Obviously, female Hrothgar are not going to be able to wear hats either. Like, that's a given. And not only that, but your hairstyles for the Hrothgar, the new Hrothgar hairstyles, that was insulting. That was borderline insulting. I saw them and I thought to myself, yep, looks bad, but I guess Hrothgars are used to it. But then I went to the official forums and people were super fucking magi. And I'm like, as you should be.
Alright, that was kind of funny, especially at the end. Alright, that was a video by Lucy Pyre. Yeah. She actually has like kind of funny videos usually. I think I watched like a few before, and it's like it's not too bad. It's watchable, guys. It's watchable. It's pretty good videos. All right. Okay, moving on to the next one. This again, it's about the community. So let's see. Here we go. Here's another one about the community. How people are fucking. Again, they're just milking this. It's not like people actually care. It's like everything that needs to be said was already said by multiple people. It's like, oh, but I want this guy's opinion, bro. He's gonna say the same shit as everyone else, and fuck it, I'll make reacts to it because you never know which video people might might watch. So fuck it. So this is by Desperius, also pretty popular Final Fantasy. You wouldn't tell by the views, but it was on release only yesterday, and I believe in the evening, so no one saw it yet. So let's see what Desperius has to say about.
I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined.
Irreconcilable differences, when coexistence isn't an option.
Where's this cinematic from? Where's this? Like, I honestly, I finished every fucking thing in the game and I can't find the cinematic in game. Where's this from?
It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives.
Is this? Well, I guess it could be from pre-ARR then, like from 1.0.
But it only spurs me onward to find the wisdom and the strength to.
It has to be because Balesar is wearing his shit, and the Warrior of Light is super young.
When we can finally lay down our
Okay, this is from the end.
And there will be peace.
No, this is from yeah.
To the task.
That's yeah, pre-ARR.
Thank you, Alize.
Welcome to another video. It's been a dramatic and exhausting time for our communities.
Dude, I love these words, man. Dramatic and exhausting time. I don't think people care that much. Like, they care about it because it's drama, but I don't think anyone is losing sleep over this.
Stirring anger, discontent, but also passion, in which I want to offer some final words and a conclusion that all Final Fantasy XIV players.
Damn, look at Kani Senna. Looks so different.
And those that might become one in the future can reach consensus and harmony again. Yes, we talked about many furious topics lately. Job changes serving as possible indications for a direction of the game in which the developers are leading it against the interest of some players.
Or the whole modding topic, where you can easily find good and bad arguments for either side without being totally unreasonable. Or even when defending a dumb argument, but one that defines your own decisions and opinions.
Yo, dumb argument? Yo, sign me up. I'm all about that dumb argument life.
Even dumbness becomes relevant at that point. Then we had this super over-exaggerated Asmongold video, where I basically wanted to point out how much fanatism can lead to passive-aggressive reactions and behavior, and that it might be bad for all.
Asmongold the Pope! Oh my god, what does anyone care with this fat, bald, superficial, insecure hair plug fatty thinks? WoW is trash game and trash graphics that have seemed comparable to Game Boy Color. The only people that like it are boomer neckbeards that still live in their parents' attic and can't afford a new PC. I'm pretty sure Asmongold can afford a new PC, can probably buy your house and buy a few PCs into that house like easily. But yeah, and he will live in your parents' attic because he can afford it.
People taking part in it. However, I could also look much
hilarious.
further back into the whole gatekeeping topics that someone like Lynx Kameli talked about, or people are obsessed with Final Fantasy XIV story and plot development. And yes, I will tell you again, that sometimes it is a necessary element for content creators to hop on drama trains, simply to make a living from it.
Yes.
Nonetheless, there's an
and I would say this is what it
we
is.
should never forget about. Anyone with a humble interest in a game that we all love should be granted the right to be heard. But remember, this doesn't have to define your own perspective onto something, regardless of standing for or against your own opinion. Your world and enjoyment should not be affected by whatever can take it down in the eyes of others. Just as an example, some days ago my wife and I started rewatching Attack on Titan again from the start, until we caught up with the events on the final season. And just after the first 3 episodes, I remembered why this show is my absolute favorite anime of all times. So much that regardless of how it's going to end, it will stay in my heart and my memories forever. And
that's exactly why I don't care about spoilers, man. It's the fucking journey, man. It's the fucking journey. It's not about the fucking end of it, man. The ending is always shit. It's all about the journey.
It's carved into my brain as a big emotional part of my life. But now to the point. Does that automatically mean you should feel the same?
Not always.
Or that someone's criticism is not worth to be heard? Definitely not. And of course, I could feel personally attacked as well when someone hates this show, as it represents many of my personal ideas and how I perceive the world and how we are a part of it. But this is exactly what happens to a lot of Final Fantasy XIV players. The story and plot is taking you in, and especially by being embedded in this MMO environment, this immersion is easily accelerated and amplified, which basically breaches the 4th barrier for many players.
Yeah, this is basically what happened with World of Warcraft. Like when you attack World of Warcraft, you attack people's identity. Yeah.
Included. But the same logic can be applied here as well. Just because you like it doesn't automatically render opinions of others worthless when they disagree with your opinion. Our self-reflection and how we perceive the world is always subject to personal perspective, and even science is not totally invulnerable to human subjectivity. So let me tell you one thing. Even if we tend to outrage easily, especially if you want to defend those things that can reach our hearts, this emotional connection does not need your protection. These are your ties and only you can cut them. Nobody could ever convince me that Attack on Titan is not a good show, as I just fell in love with it the first time I watched its first season.
It's a good show, and then because it took so long of a break, I just can't get back into it at all. And I just read the manga while it was like they were making the 2nd season. And once I got into like understanding what's going on, I kind of like didn't care anymore.
And the same goes for Final Fantasy XIV. But like I said, these are personal opinions and other people are allowed, yet even invited, to disagree. As we are living in a world where freedom is one of the greatest values that our civilization has achieved. And even though we might seek refuge in video games to make us forget about our real problems or imperfections.
Bro, what is that cinematic? Mine didn't look this good. Is this like HD recording? Like 4K or some shit?
There's one thing we should never leave back on the road, which is freedom. And some people might not know it yet, but this freedom can only be guaranteed when your own is not hurting that of other people. So always put in a reasonable pinch of respect, politeness, and empathy for those around you.
But then there's no drama, man.
To actually learn about what other people think. And if it's always accompanied with bad language or disrespect, it will never lead to consensus and splits different perspectives apart even further.
Yeah, welcome to what's happening in the US right now, I guess, with liberals and Republicans. It's like, your opinion sucks. No, your opinion sucks. War.
So instead of trying to aggressively defend your position, try to make it clear instead, while offering some more sympathy for your counterpart. Maybe your divergence actually has more intersection than both parties believe. So please, whatever topic we're talking about, and of course, I will cover as many topics in and around Final Fantasy, as this is my form of realizing my act of freedom, I would be happy when that discourse is held within a respectful space for all participants. Yes, content creators are leaning towards extreme ends of certain topics very frequently, but at least for my content, I will always try to be respectful. And to make this particular thing clear once and for all, when anyone refers to a great community, by the way, which points out to a toxic fraction of the Final Fantasy XIV player base, this is just a very small portion of our community. Beyond these loud and aggressive social media mob, especially when playing the game, you will find way more helpful and friendly people.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's all the community that is outraged by this is like such a small minority. It's like, it's some random people on Twitter, probably doesn't even amount in the thousands. It's like, they just want drama, man. It's probably like they don't even care about this, they just want to care about something.
That you can have tons of fun with, and which sometimes plant the fruit for great friendships, or even romantic relationships. So, instead of putting our focus on bad apples, yes, we content creators included, let us embrace the hope for a good community that this game was known for nearly a whole decade. And together, even if we might have different opinions, share the love for this game, as it's not without a good reason.
Look, at the end of the day, your opinions don't really mean jack shit. Not like anyone really who plays Final Fantasy. The most you can do is keep asking for certain features, and and that's it. And it's like, eventually you'll probably get them, or just break the rules, and eventually they'll change it because they see people break the rules for a certain reason. But it's like, your opinions, like as an individual, really don't mean jack shit. Like, as far as like it concerns like the devs and shit, it's like your opinion doesn't really mean anything. So like, like I said, this attacking other players with your opinion like won't do anything really. It's aside from annoy other players, and then you're just gonna have a back and forth. Like, it's really like, if you're upset about this, the only person you should be taking it up with is Square Enix and Yoshi P. Like, that's it. That's pretty much it. It's like, you either like this decision, so you go to Twitter and it's like, good for Square Enix for enacting their TOS and banning this toxic player, or whatever, right? And then the people who don't agree go to Square Enix and be like, I can't believe you guys banned him during Prague. At least wait till he's done Prague or something like that. Why did you have to do it at this time? Or whatever you disagree with. I don't care. But it's like, you're taking it on other people, and it's like, who cares? It's like, your opinion doesn't mean shit to the other person, nor will it change anything. All you're gonna do is just divide the community even more.
Why we gave our hearts for it in the same way the developers do, at least according to their reputation and my hope in the real great community we are part of. So let us lay down our weapons in the form of hate speech, abuse, or disrespect to other people.
Was Yoshipi also in the band?
Better understand different perspectives, so that we can find joy in the game that became a second home for many of us. And when I learned one thing from Attack on Titan, walls will not make your life better. So give your hearts and keep loving Final Fantasy.
This became like I mean, it's a nice video and all, but it's like, it's too mushy for me. I can't. Like, it's like, I came for blood. I came for blood. Okay, alright, that was the spare use. Alright, next ones. Alright, let's watch the next ones then. Okay, so the next one is Rurikan hits the Blizzard nostalgia pipe and then rants about pay to win in games, and we also had Greed is Killing Video Games by Aklon after. I don't know if I'll watch the Zepla video. I think I've seen it like a few years ago, but I do want to see what exactly was it that made her quit before, and I actually want to say a few things about like why I quit WoW, and I'm not even sure if Dragonflight is gonna be anywhere near enough to bring me back. But yeah, but first let's talk about Rurikan hits the Blizzard nostalgia pipe and then rants about pay to win.
I'm glad Brewery still says we. What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean you're glad that I still say we? You
Huh?
mean like as in I still consider myself a part of the World of Warcraft community? Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to change. Like World of Warcraft in a lot of ways got me started even with content creation. Like
Funny enough, I never consider myself part of the World of Warcraft community. I consider myself World of Warcraft player, gamer, whatever. Never part of the community. Honestly, like you're the part of the community that was in was depend on the guild I was in. It's like I'm part of this guild. As far as the community goes, like you know, I don't even feel like World of Warcraft has a community. It has like cliques and that's it.
I hope people don't forget that. Like I started content creation because of World of Warcraft because I wanted to teach people how to tank. That was how
Fair
I got
enough.
started. I'll never forget that. And
Bro,
I'll never forget the impact.
If you need a guide on tanking in World of Warcraft, try an FPS maybe. I don't think World of Warcraft is for you if you need a guide on tanking. I'm just kidding. Obviously, some people would, but like as far as like talents and stuff like that go, okay, I actually know what he's talking about. About probably it's the people who like pull one mob at a time, not even one pack.
Blizzard as a company has had on me with
what is it
with
doing?
me basically like even taking computer science due to the fact that I was so in love with the games that Blizzard was doing.
It's Eureka.
I wanted to potentially one day go to work at Blizzard.
Yeah,
Nowadays,
everyone did.
It's like I'm happy
Everyone
I never got
did.
the chance
Everyone
to,
who played
which is never the way
Diablo, Warcraft 3, StarCraft
like
want
imagine
to
being happy
work
that
at
you never
Blizzard.
got a chance to work at the company that you thought was going to be your dream job. Like, it's just not a
Blizzard is where your
feeling,
dream goes
right?
to die.
And at the end of the day, look, nostalgia is one hell of a drug, man. Is that's one of the things that has been really going through my mind, which is like I want to be excited for World of Warcraft again. I really do. I would love to be able to be excited for it.
I don't think it's possible to be excited for World of Warcraft. I can't be excited for any new release of MMORPG, not even due to World of Warcraft, because there has been no MMORPG that has been good on release. People can say it's like, oh, Ashes of Creation is going to be different. Good. Am I going to play it? Yes, most likely I will play it. But is it gonna be good on release? The only reason it would be good on release is the same reason that New World was good on release for like 3 or 4 days. It was new, exploration, and it was unique. But once you go to and like there's hasn't been an MMO that was released with a decent end game. The leveling experience is cool and all, but after like 30 levels, you're like, man, like I'm tired of just killing mobs. Right? The only reason I enjoyed Final Fantasy is because there's almost no mob killing. It was just story for the most part. A lot of text and shit. Like literally reading. I was reading a movie. That's what Final Fantasy felt like. I was reading a movie. But like any other MMORPG, like after a few levels, okay, man, like I'm tired of these quests. Let me just see what the end game is like. And you get to the end game. There is no end game. Why? Because it was just released. You need to wait like a few patches. You need to wait for like an expansion or a DLC or some shit like that. Even like any good MMO that is good now really sucked on release. In my opinion, WoW sucked on release too. The only thing that the WoW Classic had going for it is that it took forever for people to get to max level, right? And then it's like, oh shit, we don't really have anything for max level. All right, let's take 3 days and make Molten Core, and then they made other raids and shit. But it's like on release, dude, Classic was empty as fuck.
But it's like the more I think about it, the more I feel like, well, if I do get excited, it's a bad thing because then my expectations will rise, and I'm not allowed to have expectations for this video game, which is just.
I don't know about
really
allowed, but it's like
and,
there's no point.
When I say I'm not allowed, like, of course I'm allowed if I want to, but what I mean is like I shouldn't have expectations for it, and I should be very careful about influencing people about trying it out. Like if you think about it, how many people
What
did I get
is
into
this?
Shadowlands because I was doing Shadowlands?
This has
content?
to be Eureka, right?
Like how would I feel about like let's say if I even got like 100 people hooked on Shadowlands who then got fucked in the ass by Blizzard? How do you think that feels for me as a content creator? It feels terrible. It feels fucking terrible. So of
I
course
don't
I'm
know about
scared
that.
of even showing the least bit of excitement for Dragonflight, because how am I going to feel if I get people to play Dragonflight, then turns out nothing's really changed and it's all fucking PR and bullshit?
What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna be? It is gonna be nothing has changed. It's PR bullshit. It's more alt friendly bullshit. I want to see the gearing system first. Alt friendly my ass.
Right? Because at the end of the day, I don't even believe it that much, because I think that Dragonflight's been going through not a particularly good development cycle if you take into consideration that it's been being developed during the time through which Blizzard has been dealing with this fucking completely shit show of a lawsuit, where people were constantly saying, "Oh, we're not even able to work on the game because nobody feels good about working on the game."
That was only for like 2 weeks. People just making a big deal out of it. Can't even work on the game because I'm not feeling fucking emotionally positive inside to work on the game. Fuck off. It's like just go there, keep your head down, do your coding, and like understand the artistic side of like not like they don't have the inspiration or something like that. I can kind of get that, but like the coders and the engineers, bro, let's be real. How emotional, like if you ever met like someone who's like an engineer or like a coder or something like that, like something that has to do with like a lot of just typing and shit like that, not the artistic type, the more the logical, the the physio, the physics stuff and shit like that, and like the computer science guys, how many of you met that like had their like very high emotional spectrum, bro? They have anger, they have neutral, and they have kind of happy. Very, very tiny. There's nothing in between. It's like 3 levels. So they were not like emotionally distressed that they couldn't work. It's not like their girlfriend broke up with them unless they were the ones who were harassing, and then they would be distressed.
Right? Like, what do you mean? Of course I'm scared of influencing people. Isn't that weird? I still get warrior tank guides from what feels like ages ago. Yeah, I did those tanking guides. I love those. Those were amazing. It's like I've been thinking about doing something similar to that for 14, but the thing is, there's already people who are doing them better than I ever could. I think I did one. Didn't I do one? Was it for tanking? I think I might have done one. I did one for control, for sure. And I think I did one for tanking as well. That's why our content creator, not an I did a healer.
Bro, not gonna lie. I am not 100% sure, but I feel like tanking in Final Fantasy 14 is actually easier than WoW. It's hard for me to even tell. They're both such easy jobs. It's insane.
Shut the fuck up, dude. We don't talk about the healer video. We don't talk about the healer video, right? When I was a kid in 4th or 5th grade for a class project, we had to do a career day, and I did mine as working for Blizzard on Diablo IP. Dude, see? That's exactly it. Diablo IP is another one, dude. It's like, that's why pay to win fucking ruins games. It fucking ruins them. And nobody can ever convince me otherwise. Like, pay to win just flat out ruins games. Because I want to be excited for Diablo Immortal. I really do. But it's like, I don't want to be fucking spinning slot machines to get my gear. Like, what the fuck is that? You know? What the fuck is that? I don't want.
So, okay, so what the pay to win he's talking about is like the worst kind of pay to win. I would say, okay, look, let's do this. So people consider buying a boost, buying a token, and buying your BOEs on the auction house as pay to win in WoW. In my opinion, it is, but only because it takes too long to level up in WoW for no good reason. Because all the content and all the players are at max level. No one is like in the leveling zone, and there's no like people who can queue to lower dungeons and get similar rewards. So everyone's doing the Mythic Plus, Mythic Zeros, and raids. So no one is actually in the leveling zone. So there's no reason for the person who is leveling to be stuck in that zone for so long. In my opinion, it should be able to get to like max level in less than a day, right? Way less than a day. Like I mean, like 5-6 hours at this point, or at least get to the current content within that time. Just fucking rush through the content, right? Quests give you a ton of XP. just finish it. One zone in Legion, instead of all 4 to get you to max level, 1 or 2 zones, you're already at level 50, and go ahead and do the, what's it called? Honestly, not even. Fuck it, like 1 zone. If it's your alts, fuck it, 1 zone. The heirloom should give you way more XP. Because again, you already have a max level character. You've already been through all of this shit. If you want to go through it, you can. There's the option. But who wants to? No one, right? So fuck it, just let people level up. And then it will decrease the value of the boost. Okay? Then, as far as the BOE gear goes, if gear is more accessible, the only reason you would buy a BOE is because you need it urgently. Like, let's say you join a guild, and the guild's like, well, like, we want you to raid with us, but we need you to have X item level. And it's like, all right, well, if I change my risks that I have and buy the BOE, which is 10 item levels or 20 item levels higher than what I have, I would get to that item level. Boom, okay, fuck it, I'll buy the wrists. That's it, and you don't need to buy anything else, right? And as if gearing is more accessible, the value of the pay to win aspect really goes down, and I think there are levels of pay to win that are more acceptable, especially at this day and age, right? Now, overall, I would agree, pay to win is bad overall, but you can make certain adjustments that make it not as bad.
I want to spin a slot machine. That's not what I want to do.
Bullshit.
It's just not the thing. Like, what are we doing?
Spinning a slot
but
machine.
But that's essentially what Diablo is going to be like. It's going to be a fucking
no, that's immortal.
slot machine, and it's going to be a very heavily skewed slot machine towards getting you to get into the auction, not auction house, but like the real money store or whatever.
Yeah, that's immortal. It's a mobile game. Like I don't even
we've
care.
I've only seen the video on stream the other day. I haven't uploaded it to the channel yet, but I will.
Okay, look, let's be real. Diablo Immortal is a mobile game. Even though there's gonna be a PC version, hopefully they make the PC less pay to win, or have better loot or something like that. Or if they don't, at least make the PC and the mobile have the same character. So it's like you can save your character and it's like saves it on an online database, which it does, which you can use on both mobile and on your PC. Now the other thing about it is obviously it's way too pay to win. They should need to reduce it. But honestly, it's a mobile game. If you played Diablo 3, I doubt this would be any better. You are way more limited in what you can do in this game compared to Diablo 3.
I mean, by the time, if this ever goes to the channel, by the time it reaches...
And if it has content that is like new and like exciting shit like that, they can easily patch it in Diablo 3. It's pretty much the same game.
You know, that's just the thing. Think back in the day, right? Think back in the day. Hell, even think
back in
now,
the day.
in Final Fantasy 14.
Back
right?
in the day.
For instance, you see somebody in a raid, and you see, oh my god, this dude's like, fucking look at the damage this guy's pumping, dude.
Oh, whoa. Final Fantasy 14, and you're looking at someone's damage? Rory, bro. No add-ons. Come on. We've been over this. There's a huge commotion right now, Rory.
This dude's insane. And you know that is purely based on skill, and that there is no pay to win in this player because it's just skill that you need in order to be able, like, you look at the videos, right? You look at the videos for the ultimate clears and whatnot. Let's not talk about add-ons. Let's talk about people that are doing it without add-ons, right? Because I don't want to bring add-ons in.
So how do you know the DPS?
You see an ultimate clear from a player that is, you know, just like thrashing the boss repeatedly, performing mechanics flawlessly, and he's just like greeting every possible mechanic in existence without getting punished for it. Like, you're watching that video and you're like, oh my god, dude, this dude really knows how to play the fucking game.
No, he really knows how to make how to dance the fight. That's all it is. You can learn a fight and not know how to play the game. Like, you can kill Malenia Malena in Elden Ring and be complete dog shit on everything else. You just know the fight.
This is awesome. Back in the day in World of Warcraft, you could kind of feel like that as well. Before the WoW token was implemented, you'd go in there and you'd see somebody in a dungeon just like, you know, bumping numbers, popping off, dealing fuck tons of damage.
No. I honestly don't agree. A lot of times it just depends. It's like you would just have classes that were just like insanely good for AoE. Your AoE damage also has to do with how the tank pulls. Does he pull slow and your cooldowns reset? Does he keep pulling so you can keep your cooldowns up? Shit like that. Like as far as like single target on boss fights, that's like spec relevance, and usually it's like some classes just good for a single target, some classes are not. Like there's too many variables. Like if let's say I'm a red paladin, and I know I have let's say who's good for single target. Who's good for single targets? I want to say Fire Mage was good for single target at that point in Shadowlands. If I spec for AoE, my boss damage is gonna be shit. I can greed all I want compared to like other paladins that go for single target builds. My damage would be shit. My legendary would be wrong because it's set for AOE and stuff like that. And again, if it's fortified week, I'll go for AOE. If it's tyrannical week, I'll probably go for single target. Right? The damage discrepancy, like the difference in damage, is actually significant if you change your talents and change your legendary accordingly. And you can also, if you have actual gear that is different for AOE versus single target. Like high mastery and crit is actually great for AOE, and you need more haste for single target. As an example, right? It's like I don't remember the percentage breakdown, but as an example, you would rather have that, right? Especially because you have divine purpose and shit like that. Where for AOE and for single target, you're gonna use Seraphim, right? As an example.
Hard carrying the group, you'd be like, fuck yeah, that's a good, or even like somebody just healing, keeping everybody alive through mistakes that people are doing. Like, holy shit, dude, this guy's like a god tier healer. It's amazing, right? And if you put that into a pay to win scenario, which World of Warcraft effectively is right now, you're left wondering,
yeah,
okay, so does this guy actually knows what he's doing, or is he just like, did he buy a bunch of WoW tokens and now his gear is hardcore carrying him? You look at Lost Ark, for instance.
I don't agree with that. Lost Ark, yeah, I agree. With WoW, you still know which player is good. There are plenty of players who are like way overgeared and don't know how to play the game. Right? It's like you feel like you're carrying them all the time. They always get hit by some shit. They never interrupt in dungeons. Right? It's like you look at the interrupt chart, you're like at 23 and they're like at 3. It's like why? How? Right? It's like it's not like I have an AoE interrupt that counts, right? It's like the fuck. They just like they don't do anything, and their damage also shows it usually.
For part of it, I'm sure will be players.
There are many ways to tell if a player is good,
but a big part
not
of
just DPS.
Of Lost Ark.
Lost Ark is fucking dog shit.
How much whaling have you done in this game?
Yes.
Right? And that's kind of like the problem that we have nowadays. With
the only credit I can give Lost Ark is that if you played from the start and you had the time to grind, you wouldn't be the best, obviously, but you could be relevant for the content that is released. I would say all the time. But the problem is with games like ARPGs and shit like that, you want to finish. You want to get to the point where you're maxed out. The problem with Lost Ark, you will never get maxed out unless you pay. And I feel like that's a very shitty feeling to have. And if you're playing Lost Ark and you don't care about it, that's fine. You do you, boo. I don't care. I want to be able to be like, okay, this is the gear I need. I need to get to this level. Then I can take a break and come back after a bit. Or just play casually once I get it, and just like show off people my damage or some shit like that. But you can't do that with Lost Ark. You'll never be able to. Also, there's no DPS chart in Lost Ark, so it's like even if you get that, it's like it's going to be hard to tell that you're actually doing more damage or show off.
I mean, maybe it's not even a problem for some people. They're like, well, why
I'm not saying show off that is my like main goal, but
is because I always thought that was a cool thing. Like you'd see somebody popping off, like doing some really crazy shit, and you're like, oh man, I wanna do what that guy's doing when I level up and when I learn how to play the game, when I learn how to do things properly. And the more you think about it, there are fewer and fewer online
Can't do
games
that with the Covenants.
And unfortunately, Diablo Immortal, in my opinion, is going to be one of those games. And to be honest, I feel like Diablo 4 is going to be the exact same thing.
No.
I feel like
I'm not being hopeful here. No, the target audience for Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal are completely different. The only reason they're doing Diablo Immortal for PC is because people complained about them not doing it for PC. Diablo Immortal is essentially a pure mobile game. It's meant for mobile. It will use mobile mechanics. Upgrading gear is how mobiles work. Pay to win is how mobiles work. Diablo 4, in my opinion, is not going to be that. Now, will it not have an in-game shop? Yes, of course. And honestly, dude, I really hope they don't make a Diablo 5. Not in the sense that it's like there shouldn't be a sequel, in the sense that Diablo 4 should last so long, so many patches, online environment, growing game, more bosses, more bullshit, go to hell, go to heaven, go to, go back in time. I don't give a fuck. But make Diablo 4 a continuous game, an MMORPG like WoW that has patches and expansions throughout time, and eventually when you run out of shit, you can just reboot the whole fucking game and the whole fucking story in the series if you want, and make like a Diablo 1 remaster and all that shit with like more mechanics or something. Doesn't matter. But I hope they don't make anything past Diablo 4 and make Diablo 4 a continuous game. And also, I highly doubt they would make it pay to win, especially after the debacle of the real money auction house.
Like Diablo 4 is going to be the, like, if I really look deep inside and I think about, okay, is Diablo 4 going to be pay to win? Like, my gut feeling tells me, yeah. I mean, why not? That's what Blizzard's been doing. Any game that includes any form of grinding, they've been making these. Oh, you pay for the convenience. Oh, you pay for convenience. Like you look at Shadowlands, and your legendaries are directly tied with your ability or inability of getting gold. Which
Yeah.
Oh, you're
the
having
easiest way
problems
is the
getting
token.
gold, buddy. That's fine. We got this service called the WoW token.
Yeah. Look, the WoW token, in my opinion, was a mistake, but it also was good. In my opinion, the WoW token, I haven't paid for any Blizzard game since it came out. I paid for all my expansions, I paid for my subscription, I bought Diablo 3, sorry, no. Did I buy Diablo 3 with it? I might have bought Diablo 3. I don't remember if it came out before or after Diablo 3, but I know I bought the DLC with a token, and I bought the Necromancer with a token. I bought Overwatch, which I'd never even played with a token. StarCraft 2 stuff with a token. StarCraft 2 Champions, like Commanders, with a token. StarCraft 1 Remaster with a token. I have enough being at balance to buy Reforged, which I kind of want to buy. Hopefully it will go on sale, then I'll probably buy it for sure. I'll probably right now I play it literally like log in, go do like some BOE farm, sell what I find, and I make enough gold to buy the Dragonflight and have end subscription time. Like I never pay for WoW anymore because fuck that. I'm not giving them my money after all that bullshit. That being said, there are problems with the WoW token. In my opinion, gear should only be tradable for certain things. Current tier gear should not be current gear tier should not be tradable for gold. Make a token or something like that, I don't care. But even BOEs, you can only trade them either personally or for anything but gold. Right? Just like make that trade possible. So you can only put them on the auction house, and they can only be sold for seals until the patch is over and they're not the best in slot, and then you can make them change it back to gold because it's not the highest item level you can get, or something like that. And that will probably solve the token and the pay to win aspect of the game.
And some people might think, oh, that's some sanctimonious bullshit or whatever. It's like, who cares? And just play the game. And it's like, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess people nowadays mostly don't care because everybody just kind of accepts it and nobody even wants to talk about it. But it's something that I used to think was cool.
To an extent.
It's something that I have really fond memories of when I was younger. Of playing these online video games and seeing players that were good. Like, look at the personalities that were around back then. And I'm not saying that all of these were amazing players, but like you look at Swifty, you look at Athene, and I don't.
Athene was the shit. Athene was so funny. It was
Athene cult and all that bullshit slang. Jesus,
dude. people like, I'm not talking about like current Athene, but like Athene when he was playing and saying like best paladin, whatever. I mean, I don't know if he was actually best paladin, but as far as streamers go, he was the best. Especially he was the best streamer, and he probably was the best paladin at that time. The shit he was doing, man, like the 5-man Shakadin was insane. He got like insane. Like, was it the best comp? Fuck no, it was pretty much troll. But like, he got a very high ranking. He showed his skills with Diablo 3. He killed Diablo Inferno. I think he was like one of the first people to do it, but he was the first person to do it without getting hit because he shared his password on stream by mistake. People got into his account and removed all of his gear, and he beat Diablo Inferno with a fucking blue gear, which like no one did before. And I'm pretty sure like right now you can probably do it naked. Like that's people know the fight that well. But back then, this was like a couple weeks in, I believe, into Diablo 3, and this is Inferno, right? So first of all, he had to get to the boss with no fucking gear, and then it's like also kill the boss. I mean, yeah, he was a demon hunter, so it's like there are certain advantages, but yeah, like it's not like he was a bad player. He was a fantastic player as a whole.
Jesus Christ. But it's like if you think back in the day, Athene still did grind like PvP and whatnot.
Yeah, he grinded everything, bro.
Because he still had like, I think he had good ratings in PvP, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time, and I'm an old man, but like you had these personalities.
He definitely has like a not necessarily like a mental disorder, but it's like he has something special. You know how they say like, special going on for him. Like his way that like the amount of focus and concentration and passion, not even passion. It's like it's really like the man is on a mission. I need to do this, and he does it like non-stop. Like fucking 16 screen poker plays in order to make money for whatever he wanted to do. Like it's a crazy, man. Like this guy locks himself in the room and it's like time to get to work, and he doesn't stop working until he passes out. Basically, it was crazy hearing stories about him.
Grow out of these interactions in the game, right? And that was cool.
It was. I haven't heard it for a long time.
Diablo 4 will be pay to win 100%. There's no way it won't be. Yeah,
Rory called
when I reached land I really wanted to see. I've quit because I felt like I couldn't go on anymore. Like if I do one more quest, I'll vomit. Yeah, exactly, dude. And that's the reason why we got to temper expectations. He's legit a creepy cult leader now. I'm not so sure about that. I feel like a lot of people monetized his apparent downfall, but I don't know, dude, because I don't know too much about it. One thing's for sure, say what you will, Athene took on a lot of valid causes, like back when we were fighting for net neutrality and whatnot. And it's just everybody forgets about it now, right? Nobody cares because it's just easier to see, oh, he's a fucking cult leader, oh my God. But like, people don't even remember that back in the day, Athene was like on the forefront fighting for net neutrality. Like he and his girlfriend were doing like crazy shit and all kinds of viral promotional campaigns to promote net neutrality. Nowadays, nobody fucking remembers. It's that same old saying
what is he farming?
Of like you could literally cure cancer, but if you suck off a horse, you're a horse dick sucker for life. Like
it's just a dick suck. You could literally
have cured cancer, but if you suck a horse's dick, you're a horse dick sucker for life.
Just suck a dick. You didn't have to go for the horse.
Cult leader is way more interesting. True. Let's be real. No,
it's
not, because if you go and see the amount of people that are watching him now, it's not that much.
Well, it's interesting as a story.
Yeah, you can suck off a horse and then cure cancer. You're still going to be a horse dick sucker for life. It's like...
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, no one remembers the good you do, only the bad part.
But because that's the drama. Sad. It definitely makes me sad that nowadays, like my kids will never have that experience.
They have Dr. Disrespect.
That's one of the really sad things, right?
They won't even have Ninja anymore, man.
Your kids are never
no one's watching Ninja. They will.
Like, everything is different now.
Nah, they will. They'll find something that is similar.
People just look up to, influencers and whatnot. And
but but what was Athene? Was Athene not an influencer?
It's not even about encountering somebody in the game and seeing what that person is doing in the game, and recognizing that person's skill.
They would have a different experience, sure, but
opening fucking loot boxes or rolling on gear stats.
Wait. They're not opening loot boxes. They're opening scam boxes because if they're sponsored, the loot boxes they're gonna get are very good loot boxes to encourage people to buy loot boxes so they can get fucked in the ass.
Whatever the fuck with real money.
That's what happens.
Say, oh my god, look at that, he fucking, oh man, he upgraded his item level to fucking 25, he's gonna be fucking unstoppable now.
And then he dies.
Fine, I guess. You know, it's like, yeah, sure, whatever. But that's where we're headed. That's what it is.
What is he farming? Anyways, this is the Twitch doesn't care about streamers or viewers. Which one's this? Okay, it's way too long, and I might have just watched it already. Anyways, okay. Cool video. Had a lot of stuff to add to that, which is good. A 12-minute video turned to 30-minute fucking react. I'm learning from Asmongold how to like make longer fucking videos from very short videos, I guess. I don't know. It's like apparently it's not even that hard. I'm just talking bullshit. Not bullshit, but like I'm just talking my opinions, and apparently it takes longer than I thought. Honestly, I want to make the videos shorter, but at the same time it's kind of hard. Anyways, let's go to the next one. We'll go with greed is killing video games. Just similar subject. So yeah, let's see it in the next video. Alright, here we are. Greed is killing video games by Akalon. I love his facial expression. It says everything I need to know about this video. Let me just start here. Actually, this this also shows everything I need to know about this video. But he has a pretty good beard, man. That's like, I feel like I would have a similar beard if I ever managed to grow it long, but I doubt I ever would. Like, it doesn't have a beard. It doesn't look like someone who has stubble. It looks like he's someone who would just grows hair, kind of like me. I don't have a stubble. Like, if I shave it, I will never have like the 5 p.m. shade. I have 5 p.m. shade 2 weeks after. That's how bad my beard is. Anyways, let's not stop talking about my beard and let's go about how greed is killing video games since 2000 and I want to say 4. When did FIFA start with the cards?
So I don't think you're right. By the way, this
just clip that. I don't think you're right. I don't think, but you're right. Nothing's going on here. You are right. I'm just kidding. I like Akalon takes, but it was a very interesting, beginning to the video. I don't think you're right.
Isn't something that purely belongs at the door of Blizzard. Blizzard isn't the only company that milks their customers.
Of course not.
Someone said something in one of the comments on my YouTube video.
I would say overall, as far as average customer goes, Blizzard is the least milking company. One of the, especially for AAA, they're the least milking companies out there, out of the AAAs.
Said in capitalism, people are referred to as customers.
Yes.
In corporatism, people are referred to as consumers. Consumers is actively dehumanizing because that's what it is. You're viewed not as an individual. You're viewed not as a person, but rather as an asset, a tool that makes money come out of it.
I mean, is it that different for a customer? Is it that different for a patron? I don't think it's that different. I think it's a semantics. Like the terminology, I think it's semantics. It's like some companies will say we love our consumers, right? It's like love our patrons, we love our customers. It's the same thing, I think, overall.
We're basically money pinatas that they can beat and money falls out of us.
Hell yeah.
They
don't have to beat, they can ask you for it too.
Is the consumer becoming sort of the cash cow, as it were. And you're right, this isn't just Blizzard, this is almost every single game.
I don't want to get into, like, because it feels like an argument against capitalism, which, again, like, he's not talking capitalism, he's talking corporatism, but it's like corporates, are basically what capitalism strives to, or, like, more like, end result when capitalism is not kept in check, corporatism is basically what you get, or monopolies another way. But I don't really want to go into the subject. Overall, I would say, to an extent, there should be a way to monitor. Well, not a way. There is a way to monitor, but like it needs to actually be monitored. The capitalist nature of certain companies and make sure they don't become stuff like that, basically like monsters that abuse their consumers or something, like the way he refers to it.
Company on earth right now, except for
problem
the
is
indie companies.
Governments run by people can be bought, right? So
how sustainable do you guys think this is? Like, how sustainable do you think this business model is? In Zone World Apart. I think I played that. Cask, I think I've played that. I'm not sure if I still have it though.
You know what? I think that this business model is very sustainable because clearly people in first world countries are spoiled enough and have enough money to spare to spend money on these commodities, which at the end of the day are worth nothing. If the company just shuts down the game, all the money you spent goes to waste. You have nothing to show for it. So at the same token, so are paintings. You know, it gets scratched and you have to throw it out. You have nothing to show for the amount of for the money you spent getting that painting, right? For example, right? So it's like it's all like everything that you buy has an expiration date in a sense, can be damaged or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. Ain't Zone, A World Apart. I didn't play much of it, though. I should probably give it another go. King Julian, I'm surprised because of everything that has happened up until now. I thought there would be a change.
No.
Squid, I'm talking about the entirety of the gaming industry. So...
No, well, first of all, you did. Look at Elden Ring. Elden Ring was successful and sent a pretty good message to developers that what they want and what they don't want. There like in my opinion, what's gonna happen is gonna be a cycle. There's gonna be too much monetization, and then they're gonna reduce it back. It's never gonna be zero, and I don't think it ever was zero. Technically, yeah, you had a game you bought and you played it, but that's also like how accessible were games. As soon as like you could download games, in my opinion, that was the end of like monetizing games, right? Anything like, and honestly, here's the thing: when Mario was a thing, it's like, oh, you just buy the game and you play, right? Are you telling me they weren't making dolls and shit like that for Mario? That's also monetizing on the game, right? So it doesn't have to add to the game, but adds to the universe, and people like are on it, right? They made TV shows that they made money of, right? So they made money off of the universe. They're always going to be monetizing. Now, if we're talking about pay to win mechanics in games, I think that's a bit different. And again, my opinion, pay to win will never ever leave the gaming industry once it was implemented. It's like, no, you introduce some technology to, to people without technology, and it's like the technology will never go away. It will only either improve until it destroys itself, or it will improve and people will go back, right? So it's like up and down kind of thing. This works, this doesn't. This works, this doesn't. Yeah.
The model,
Alex. As an example, sorry, fucking pause, champ. Let's go. As an example, so here's what I mean. Like when technology, like people will go up and back and forth with technology. So right now, you can see I'm wearing a wireless headphones, right? Now, when it just came out, it was the shit. Everyone was like, "Fuck, man, wireless headphones, Bluetooth, and whatever." Now there's a big movement that's going on of like Bluetooth headphones and how they can affect your brain, cause brain cancer, and all that stuff. I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. But there's a movement. There's research about it now, and a lot of people are going back on the Bluetooth technology, on like wireless technology, and going back to wired technology. Why? Because they don't want these wireless frequencies affecting them personally, their kids, their families, and all that stuff. Is it true? Is it not? I don't know. What's safer though, as a whole, if you don't know? Wires. Like just by default, wires would be safer than non-wires if you don't know anything, right? That's just how it is. So that's what I mean. Like when you can go up in technology and then down. Right now, people are going up in technology for electric cars. If and like, sorry, yeah, in let's say take electric cars, they go up in technology. Everyone's getting an electric car, but there's research now that goes out and says that to manufacture electric cars actually creates more damage to the ecosystem than people driving cars for a long time. Again, probably biased. I don't know. I'm not doing the research. I'm just saying you'll always have these fluctuations, and some people who got electric cars now going back to gas cars, right? Now's probably not the best time to do it, but then some people who had gas cars go back to diesel now, right? Stuff like that. It's like you're always gonna have up and down in technology, in people's needs, and I think that's normal. And I think it's gonna be the same for pay to win mechanics. Pay to win mechanics, some will be more egregious, and like whenever people are complaining too much, they're gonna be like, okay, we hear you, here's like a less pay to win game, only pay for cosmetics, and then they're gonna add some more stuff later when people calm down.
How you doing, bro? The model of the gaming industry, the current gaming model that exists, is one that least amount of effort, maximum amount of profit. So whatever we can do to boost the profits, that's what we're going to do.
I agree, but this is only a good strategy for short term, which is what is bringing about, which is what basically brought on the downfall of Blizzard. It's the short term gains. They lost a lot of faith from the consumers, and you know now they have to make amends, and now they have to work harder because they could have like taken it easy and just give people what they wanted. A nice fucking freeze frame. Give people what they wanted, and but instead they were greedy, and that's why they lost 60 million players a month.
Current gaming model around live gaming has also become a huge thing. You know, the live service gaming model, where every single game that used to be good is turned into a live service game instead, because that's where the money is. The money isn't in the old school Assassin's. We literally spoke about old school Assassin's Creed. There's no money there because once you've sold your game and the majority of people have bought the game, the money is done. Right? Yeah. There's no more money to be made on the original Assassin's Creed. And while, yes, you do make a shit ton of money, Witcher 3 is a good example of a game that has 0 cash shops, no small DLCs. It has 2 DLCs, which is expansions for the game. It ultimately sold 48 million copies, I believe. 45 to 48 million copies, all in all.
Now imagine, okay, so this is like, so CD Projekt Red, when they made Witcher 3, they're also not greedy, and they made a pretty good game overall. I like Witcher 3 as a whole. I think the story is fantastic. The quests are great. It has everything. It has fun. It has action. A little bit of horror. It has everything, and I think everything about that game is pretty fantastic. Aside from it being a bit dated and a bit too easy, in my opinion. But imagine they had a cash shop with just cosmetic items. Are you telling me, even if they sold half as many copies, are you telling me they would not make even a bigger profit? They would. They would. Is it? But no one wants to gamble on, are we gonna sell 48 million copies, 45 million copies? Are we gonna sell that many copies? No one wants to gamble on that, right? So I'd rather guarantee a return on investment.
That's a lot of money, right? I mean, that's a decent amount of money if we do the math here, which is going to be difficult because a lot of those sales were done. Let's do 45 million, right?
Yeah.
So we do 45 million. Now we need to figure out what are we timing this by? Because sometimes the game sold for $60. It's
25, bro.
Pop. Witcher 3 has also been on many discounts. So what would be the discount can go from $25 to $30? Would you guys agree $40 a pop is a good place to sort of...
I'm pretty sure I bought Witcher for like $15.
Average it at around $40 average per copy sold. I think I'll keep going. They got their hooks in people psychologically. People wouldn't spend thousands on Candy Crush if it wasn't psychologically manipulative. As long as it keeps working, the industry will keep moving in that direction, except for the artists that went to actually produce art. Aaron, I'll answer that in a second. I just quickly want to do this. So let's do 40, right? Let's say 40.
Sure.
So that's
I would say you need to do a
billion
range, but yeah.
1.8 billion that CD Projekt Red made on Witcher 3. It's one game. It's 5 years ago. I think we can all agree that's a decent amount of money,
5 years?
Right? Decent. For how do you fucking cancel this shit now? So if you go for it's 18 million. Right now Cyberpunk have sold 18 million. You times that by about 35, you get 630 million. So they've made 2.5 billion over the course of the last 5 years.
No, they didn't. They didn't make that much money. Subtract on the fucking cost to make that game. Subtract advertisement costs. Subtract like, well, again, like these are like, you know, voice actors and all that stuff. Subtract all of that. They did not make anywhere near as much money. And here's the thing. Even let's say they made 1 billion, this is 1 billion over how many years? Whereas just WoW alone, every year is making like 1 billion. Well, used to. Not anymore, I guess, but maybe even now.
Right, so far. I think we could all agree that's a good amount of money. It's nothing compared to World of Warcraft that makes 2 billion per quarter. Well, Activision Blizzard makes 2 billion per quarter. This
yeah,
is
but
why
that's
live
Activision
service
Blizzard.
Gaming is such a good idea. It makes crap tons of money. But is it sustainable? That's the question. In a perfect world, I guess we could say it is. In a perfect world, you can absolutely sustain and
I'd say even in a worse than another perfect world.
Of money, right? In a perfect world. What do you think happens now that interest rates keep rising? People are struggling more and more. I read an article the other day.
Some people are struggling more and more. And in my opinion, the WoW token is a great solution for a lot of people who are struggling, because some people who are not struggling are buying those WoW tokens.
That shows that the middle income families in America is in deep trouble. Debt is spiraling out of control. In South Africa, middle income families, their debt obligations have reached 150%, meaning 60% of their entire income goes towards servicing debt. What do you think happens to these games that is completely over leveraging the average consumer? Do they still survive in 5 years? If interest rates keep going up, imagine we get to a place where interest rates are 15, 20%. How many people do you think still have money to blow on things like Candy Crush? How many people do you think still have money to buy a new mount of the game?
Plenty. Because the transactions in Candy Crush can be as low as $5. So plenty of people. Even people who are in debt would be like, it's only $5.
Game store. Video game crash in 1983 incoming. People have money to blow on you, so a lot. Alex, people will always have money to blow on sort of entertainment.
And that's what Candy Crush is, though. That's the argument.
It's true. But also remember, when you come to the stream, you pay $5 if you want. You pay $5, and that's it. That's it. That is your contribution to the stream, and you get to experience the entertainment that comes from it.
You get to log into a free game called Candy Crush, and you can play it for free, and that's the entertainment you get from it. Or you can pay $5 and enjoy even more entertainment for just $5. Then $5 more, and then $5 more, and before you know it, you lost your house because you play Candy Crush. And honestly, wouldn't be the first person, probably. People lost their houses for a lot less.
If my business model was based around, charging you $5 for the stream, and then another $5 for something else, and another $5 for something else, and another $5 for something. So I'm trying to basically milk all of my consumers
100%.
In this instance, all of my viewers.
But here's the thing: this is like what I don't think I'm sure he gets it, but his point is like, the reason his point is weak is because, let's say I don't know how many players there are on Candy Crush. Let's say there's 100 million players on Candy Crush. If each person that plays Candy Crush paid $1, that's $100 million. Candy Crush already costs less than $100 million just to produce. I'm pretty sure it's just one dev could have made Candy Crush. It's already a massive profit, like return on investment. So yeah, the business model is fine. And the other thing is, because the game doesn't really like evolve, it just adds a few levels or whatever. It's not like you're gonna miss out if you play it in 2 years and 3 years when inflation goes back down or anything like that. So you can always get to play Candy Crush if you really want to, and you will always be a potential buyer.
To the max. So I turn you guys, the viewers, into consumers. That business model is not sustainable. It will eventually completely fucking blow out. Zcon Patreon is completely exclusive to itself. I don't mix the two at all. One of the reasons I don't.
I mean, I get what Alvin said. That's why, like, if I make a sub, bro, I like, for me, follower and a sub is the same thing. A sub is like, yes, thank you for the money and stuff, but like, I don't feel like I will have any special privileges for subs or more so than followers, except that subs, like, it might be like at very rare situations, it would be sub only chat, which is like, if I see followers are being too toxic compared to subs, I would do like sub only chat, stuff like that. But as far as like privileges go, like emotes and all that stuff, I don't think I'll ever do subs have like special emotes that followers don't or something like that. I don't. It feels weird to me. It's like you're segregating people for no reason, for like arbitrary bullshit.
Mix the two is exactly for that. One of the reasons I don't have videos that sort of trying to overly push people towards Patreon and shit like that is because I want things to exist and people can support where they want to support without forcing people into one place or another. Some streamers have started putting VODs behind a sub. I didn't even know you could fucking do that. I wouldn't, but I didn't know you could. I'm paying $5 to push Akko into opening his OnlyFans. I mean, I could. Quite an chart on this exact topic. Okay, hold up. Let me see this statistical chart. Few users actually pay for Candy Crush & Co. King Digital Entertainment, maker of the hit game Candy Crush, filed for a $500 wins. You bastard! Thanks for tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that gifted sub. Actually, thank you, bro. Can we get some love in chat?
Only
some
fats.
love in chat for wins and the gifted sub. Really appreciate it.
Not only fans, only fats.
Support. You guys are fucking rocking it. Fuck inflation. All right, Candy Crush filed for 500 million IPO inflation yesterday, and a handful of data in its F1 filing. This was back in 2014. Few users actually pay for Candy Crush & Co. Monthly users and paying customers of. So the monthly unique players, monthly unique users. Is going up. So I would expect, if you look at it, there's almost like 0 payers over year. It's like 400,000 people, 700,000, 900. It is going up. So I would expect this number is much higher now. But consider that King makes a fuck ton of money for Activision Blizzard. I expect this number to be a little higher than what it is now. On learning quick enough is that the market for live services is limited by definition. Whilst the single-player market isn't, look at Babylon's Fall. No one played that because it's unpolished trash. Same thing with BF 2045. Sure, it started all right because of the BF name, but once people saw how shit it was, they quickly all left it. Same thing with the Avengers game. When publishers realize this, I think they'll stop focusing on these. Borgingo, you're absolutely correct. The live service gaming model, by design, has its own built-in limitations. People do not have time for every single live service game. There's simply not enough time in your day to play every single live service game. So by definition, if you go into live service, you either have to hope that you are the best live service game on the market, in other words, everyone plays your game and no one plays anyone else's game, or you have to figure out how to milk whatever player base you do end up getting.
But see, here's the thing. This is why WoW can do it. WoW is still technically number one, if not number 2 or 3 on the MMORPG genre. I mean, like, they can easily get people to play their game. Not easily, but it's like, and like, they already have a consistent player base. Live service games for new games can be hard unless the game is like insanely amazing. which people are hoping for Ashes of Creation or the new Riot MMORPG. Honestly, I don't know how people plan on playing multiple MMORPGs at the same time, especially when two of them are gonna be new. They're not gonna release at the same time, obviously, but it's like, either way, it's like, let's say a year apart. In a year, man, if you're done with an MMORPG and you move on to another, in my opinion, that's a failed game as far as MMORPG goes. That's how it is. Especially like if Ashes you're done within a year, when they have like 64 different combinations of classes or some shit. Like that.
But by its very nature, um, there is a limit to the audience that you can attract within a live service game. I, for example, hate whenever I see games going live service. One of my biggest fears is that the new Mass Effect is going to be live service. I don't want live service gaming. I want a single player game that takes me 20, 30, 40 hours to complete, and then I'm done. I've finished the game. I saw the story. I might go back eventually.
What I think would happen with games like this, their budgets are going to be very small and they're going to be very simplistic, in order to not have too many expenses, because their return on investment is actually really low. Look at the Vampires game that apparently became very popular. It's a good game, looks like shit, extremely low budget, but it is a good game, right? And hopefully there will be more games like that. But how many games like the Vampire game, like the same budget, that didn't make an impact and were actually dog shit, right? That are single player, obviously. And honestly, in my opinion, no game right now is truly single player. Because of Twitch, no game is single player. That's how I feel. Single player, the way I think about it is that you're completely removed from the outside world when you're playing this game, and everything you do only matters to you and stuff like that. The problem right now is with single player games, there are already guides out there. There's like already like the best in slot, how to make a build, how to not waste your time and stuff like that. Now there are games that are like, like, oh, this is like, you build your own character and it's fine, whatever. It's like, and yeah, maybe. Most times you would look at a guide. Like after a first one or two playthroughs, you're gonna look at a guide, which is fine. But it's like, let's say this: Elden Ring, if they don't produce a DLC, are not gonna sell many more copies. Everyone who wanted to buy Elden Ring pretty much already got it.
But I'm done for now.
Not saying it's a dead game or anything that, but the numbers speak for themselves.
Said that Babylon's Fall and Avengers failed because they were live service. That's not what we said. The point that I think he was making there is these games are incredibly expensive to make.
Yep.
And if they're not good, their failure is a hell of a lot worse than that of a single player RPG game that takes 20, 30 hours. Because all of those servers for Battlefield is still running. The servers still exist, they're just empty. Those servers cost money, they have to be run. The game code, in order to have this many players playing, is a lot more expensive than just making a single player campaign. So at the core of it, live service gaming fails much harder than what single player games. Because if it's just a single player game, people will take a shot. People will give it a try. There's games that got terrible reviews that I've played in the past just to see what it's like. Just to see what it's like. And maybe I like it, maybe I don't. But with live service games, because it's a live service game, you're probably not going to give it a go if you think it failed. Because what's the point? So yeah, I do think there's an inherent flaw that is coming for these companies. I just don't know how long before it hits. I don't know how long before it hits. Candy Crush revenue 2020 1.19, so 1.1 billion effectively. Alex, you see, it made a lot of money. It makes a lot of money.
Of course it does. Yeah.
How are you doing?
And you don't need a lot of people to pay. Yeah. Will Sword and Dragonfly be any good? No. I mean, the story is never like the main. Aside from like the Arthur story, which was built in Warcraft 3, no story has been good in World of Warcraft. And honestly, if you didn't play Warcraft 3, like Wrath of the Lich King was not a good story either. All right, that's the video. There it is. All right. Let's see what. Okay, so this is the Zebla video, 15 minutes. And then we got the Crypto CEO, 8 minutes. HGH3 goes after, yeah, whatever. Alright, so let's watch this one real quick. The big reason why Zepla quit Final Fantasy. The big reason why Zepla quit World of Warcraft to begin with. And I want to see if it still if it holds true to the reason that I quit World of Warcraft for Final Fantasy as well.
Hey, also today you might see that I'm wearing.
She looks so different with the red hair. It's crazy.
Shirt. But I want to make clear
wait.
Hey, also today you might see that I'm wearing my.
She didn't say hey buns.
Shirt.
Oh no.
But I want to make clear
didn't say hey
that
buns.
I do not support the Alliance in any way. I bought this T-shirt way before goblins were available as a race that I could play. I bought it at Hot Topic, and
wait, what? You fucking want to play goblins?
Because
the bunny girl Zeppelin wants to play goblins. Oh god.
Of a time when I was still really, really invested in World of Warcraft, and when it was home to me still. And I want to talk about.
But her hair was so long.
I've come from since then.
Unless like extensions, but I don't think so.
How I ended up where I am now as a full-time.
Actually, that might be an extension.
I
yeah.
feel like my experience as like a WoW refugee.
First wave WoW refugee.
For people, and it might be relatable to people that are considering coming to 14 now. That might also, like me, have this long history with World
her eyes redder than her hair.
I'll never forget in December of 2004 when
her lighting in her room changed a lot. Like you can see, like right now when she makes videos, there's like actual lighting, like I have now from the outside. But she only has lighting for like the halo or whatever she's using, and she looks so different. That's pretty cool.
My dad drove me to a Walmart that was an hour away because it was
Jesus
the only
Christ.
one that we could find that had World of Warcraft.
Oh, okay. So it didn't like live in like farmland or something.
I remember reading the like player handbook.
Dude, that was so sick, man. I remember when I bought. Let me. Where is it? Sure. I don't have the box anymore. I don't have the box. I don't even have CD readers on my computer because who has those? I have all of these CDs, but look at this shit. Still in perfect condition. Look at that. God damn, man. I wonder if like the CD is actually worth something like collector's edition or some shit. It's like, I need to check it out, bro. I would sell that trial edition for sure. Even though you can't really use it, but it's like you can laminate it or some shit. That's like it's free now anyway, so it's like you don't really need to use it. Oh my god, get in! Jesus. That's what she said, by the way. Jesus and get in. Get in, Jesus. Oh man, she was a naughty girl, that's for sure. There we go, got it.
On the way home, and I was thinking about what race I was gonna play, and I felt like I was gonna jump into this incredible adventure, and I was. World of Warcraft is an adventure that would consume my life for over the next decade and even longer. Raiding Nefarian with my guild was probably maybe my favorite ever memory from video games, like any video game I ever played. I was there with my raid guild.
The first raid I ever did was actually Black Temple. No. It was Karazhan right before we went to Black Temple. For some reason my guild decided, I don't even know how this happened, but Maybe Black Temple was out already and my guild was still farming Karazhan. I honestly don't remember. We killed, I wanna say, we killed the first boss, the one with like the one with the spear that you need to burst his bubble. I don't think we killed the second boss. So bad. I don't think we killed the second boss, like the giant. I think that's the second boss, but like yeah, we did not kill. I don't even think we managed to clear the trash. We literally just did like trash farming at that point instead of killing bosses. It was so sad. But when we killed that first boss, that's when I knew, man, I hate raiding. I hate dealing with other people, and still I kept doing it throughout of Wrath, throughout of Cataclysm, throughout. No, actually, no, I didn't even play in Miss. I took a break. What? I became a raid leader for High Mall. And then Legion was probably like my first time actually being in a proper raiding guild. And Mythic Prague was just like not fun. Like I honestly I don't remember enjoying it at all. Even when we were killing stuff on farm, even when we were killing new shit, I don't remember having fun. Raiding as a whole in WoW was never really fun for me. I just did it for the loot. But like the raiding environment, in my opinion, was fucking dog shit. Always. Could be
Everyone
the
was
could be the people, could be me, could be that rating is not for me, but wow, it's like that rhymed. But I did enjoy fighting stuff in Elden Ring, for example. So I don't think it's so much as the raiding environment; it's more of the social environment in raiding that was a problem. I enjoyed Final Fantasy raiding way more than I enjoyed raiding in WoW. But I wouldn't say Final Fantasy rating is the thing I enjoyed the most in the game as well.
dead. I was the last one standing. Nefarian
Oh
was
wow!
at like 1% health, and everyone
And
was
then you
cheering me on
wiped.
in TeamSpeak. And I was a rogue, and I popped evasion, and I managed to dodge every attack and like step very fast until he died. And when he hit the floor, TeamSpeak went. Like people were freaking out. And I felt like a
Orgasms, man. I
goddess,
never get
I
it.
guess. I felt amazing.
So weird.
And then my chess piece dropped. The Bloodfang chess piece dropped, and everyone gave it to me. And they were like, because I won
Damn.
gold.
That sounds like a great dream to have. I don't know if it actually happened. It sounds like it might have, but also sounds like something she dreamt happened. The way she's describing it, it's like everything's just so perfect, right?
And they were like, "You deserve this." And I was like, "Yeah, I deserve this. This is the best day ever."
Then I woke up.
Like, that's what can I say? I was in love with that game. I was in love with the people I played with those experiences of like we worked so hard to get to that point and we were rewarded for it. But imagine if that Bloodfang chess piece that dropped, like, if maybe that story happened today in the current state of WoW, and that chess piece maybe didn't Titan Forge or didn't get the socket or whatever, and
I mean, she's talking about like during Legion or what? I'm pretty sure it's Legion times. But here's the thing: when people were doing Classic, and that chess piece dropped for the Rogue, I'm sure no one was as excited as you were back then. Not even close.
and then I would be like, oh well, okay, well I guess we'll just have to come back later, and I'll try to get the Titan Forge version. Okay, do you know what I mean?
And that's exactly why I switched to heroic rating in Legion, because while we were clearing heroic in like about an hour and a half to 2 hours, heroic Tomb of Sargeras, and Mythic Prague was like one boss every 2 or 3 weeks. And during heroic Sargeras, sorry, this is on Taurus. during Heroic on Taurus, I quit mid prog of Mythic on Taurus while we were on Imonar. And the reason I quit was because we did a Heroic run, which is like an hour and a half or 2 hours, full clear, AOTC, all the stuff. And we were on Imonar for like 3 weeks at that time. And what I discovered is that I could get my chess piece, and this is what happened. Heroic chess piece, Titan Forge, tier set, Titan Forge to 985 or something like that. Like it basically max Titan Forged. It was like the highest item you can get. The mythic raid item can only Titan Forge to that anyways. So it doesn't even matter. So I got my best in slot, highest item level possible, with a socket chess piece from Heroic. Why the fuck am I wasting time in Mythic? I'll just do Heroic 2 hours a week, man. Get an item, don't get an item, whatever. I still have the chance. Because let's be real, if we clear Mythic, the one time we kill it, if we do ever, I'm probably not even gonna get the loot. It probably won't even drop. I had a better chance farming Heroic for 2 hours and getting my best in slot than doing Mythic Raid. And that's when I said, fuck that shit. 1 second. Anyways, story time is over. Let's go.
There's been a shift in design philosophy over the years, and it's one that has been it's been painful to experience firsthand, and it's been heartbreaking to watch even from afar from my now new home of Final Fantasy XIV. As the years went on, I noticed.
See, this I don't feel. I'm not saying that it's like I'm not sad about WoW. It's just more like I don't care. It's not like, people left WoW and wanted to burn. Again, I just don't care. It's just at the end of the day, it is just a game, and it's like I want the game to be good so I can play it. But honestly, the way I see it, it's like if the game dies today, the reason I don't care is because I already had the fun that I had with it, and that's also fine. I don't need to think more about the fun that I could have with the game because it's like you live in a fantasy at that point. You're just like, man, imagine if the game was good again. Why would I need to imagine that? There are plenty of other good games I can play. There's so many options, and honestly, the more games you play, the better you actually become in almost every other game. You develop certain skills. For example, playing Elden Ring actually made me a better player in Final Fantasy XIV. I react way faster to mechanics. I watch the boss better and see animation on the boss that I didn't even notice before, and I know which mechanic is coming once I know the boss, obviously, which I could not do before Elden Ring. Elden Ring literally taught me mechanics, right? Same with like PvP stuff, right? So it's like playing World of Warcraft PvP actually helped me to an extent with playing PvP in League of Legends, even though a completely different game, but the reaction time is the same. It's like you see a stun, how fast do you shrink it? You see a stun coming in League of Legends, how fast do you Zhonya's? How fast do I cast it in R away while the stun is coming to me? Shit like that. It's like there's certain things that like they connect, right? It's like look at Zaryu, for example. Zaryu came from Wizard 101 to being an amazing mage in WoW to being a pretty good Lost Ark player. I don't know how good he is, but like he was pretty good as a mage in Lost Ark too. Not fantastic, but there's some things that's like you learn, and it's like from each game, and that can be attributed to different games, and I think that's totally fine. You don't need to play one game your whole life, and I know it sucks because like there's learning curves and stuff, but it's like the learning curves are actually so good for you because there's a learning curve. That means you're learning something new. think about it that way. You're learning something new that actually can help you with other games and with your original game that game is not so good at teaching you.
That I was adding less and less people to my friends list. And I noticed that I was spending more time with people I had been randomly matched with that wouldn't say a word, and then we all go back to what we were doing before, and we'll never speak to each other again. By the time I got to Warlords of...
I actually would like that more if the people I was randomly matched with were as skilled as the people that I pre-make. As much as like I have certain friends that I really enjoy playing with, they have some friends that I don't really enjoy playing with, but we usually end up playing with them. And it's like when I know we're playing with them, I expect the key to be at least 3 levels lower than what I want it to be. And also we might actually also fail it. That's as far as Mythic Plus goes. But I still like those runs way more than the plus 15 random group I get where one player just keeps dying, doesn't know what he's doing, and shit like that. But also sometimes you get amazing people in the that's like just like for a plus 15 just fucking wreck everything. You like as a healer I barely had anything to do except like damage, and sometimes like pop AoE heals. No one was ever in danger to die and stuff like that, which I could not do with my regular group from the guild because even though they're good players, they suck at interrupting or like the comp wasn't ideal or something like that. And it's like you don't want to say no to somebody if they suck in the group that you know, right? So it's like I want to get this cleared, I don't want to carry kind of thing. So it's hard to tell, but it's like I think it's a mix, and also like I don't have to go on Discord, and if I don't feel like talking and stuff like that. Whereas like with a group of friends, you usually kind of do. Otherwise, it feels weird if everyone's there and you're not.
Draenor, I was sitting in my garrison and I realized
Oh,
that
that yeah.
was the
The
loneliest
garrison was just like
it was the
yeah.
loneliest I'd ever been. And but at the same time I felt like trapped. I felt like there was nowhere to go. And there was no MMO besides this one that would ever
You go to arena. You
have
go to
so
the
much meaning
BGs
for
and
me because it was
arena.
meaning that had been built up over so many years and through so many formative experiences. And I have friends, even today, there's friends in my Twitch chat who...
Besides, wasn't like in WoD, like yeah, the garrison was like kind of like everything for you, but couldn't you just go to Ashran and see people there? It's like seeing people in Dalaran. It's like, oh, Dalaran's a lot of dead people. It's like it's not like you talk to them. So it's like, yeah, just go to Ashran, you'll see people. Like, I don't really understand that point where like you say you feel lonely. If anything, I would say WoD could have been even more intimate, where it's like, okay, you and all of your friends are sitting alone in your garrison doing nothing. Just fucking invite them over. Have your RP there. Like I don't understand this. Like, I mean, I understand it, but it's like I don't care as much about the social aspect in WoW or in Final Fantasy. Literally in Final Fantasy, I have people that like I was doing the firmament and I was talking to people there. I made a couple of friends, and it's not like we're like, we say if I see them in the world, it's kind of like, oh, hey, cool, huh? What are you doing here? Blah blah blah. Sometimes I teleport to their house if I see they're there, like, yo, what's up, and just sit in their house for a bit because I feel like just chatting. And I could have done that like with guild chat. It would be the same exact thing in WoW.
met
Like
me during vanilla
for me, it's the same.
WoW or BC, and we have lifelong friendships from this game. We have bonds that will never be broken from this
Bullshit.
game. Of course, I'm connected to this
Bullshit.
game, and I always will be, no
That's
matter
big
what.
bullshit.
So I felt, well,
Bonds that could never be broken.
what's the
Give
point
me a
of trying
break.
another MMO? It's WoW or nothing, you know. But my garrison was pretty much running itself, and a friend of mine begged me to try Final Fantasy XIV. It was during Heavensward era. And honestly,
Not a good time to
I was
try it,
feeling
I
pretty
think.
depressed. I felt like I had nothing to lose, and my life wasn't going really well at the time either. And so I figured, well, there's a free trial, so whatever.
I swear, if I start playing Final Fantasy before Shadowbringers, I would not have kept playing Final Fantasy at all. It would not be the game for me. the thing is, like, the story of Heavensward was okay. It wasn't like people said it was amazing. It was okay. I find it okay. A bit of cliches, somewhat emotional, but okay overall. And Stormblood was meh. So, and like Shadowbringers is really what, like, I was like, holy fuck, let's go. Now everything is getting real. That's when, like, I had my moment where I was like, I love this game. That was Shadowbringers. Before that, it was like, I like this game. It's nice. It's cool that while leveling, you get a set of gear that actually looks good and you don't look like a fucking scrub. Like in WoW, you wear like a fucking skirt and somehow you get defense as a tank. And meanwhile, like in Final Fantasy, you get like full on fucking armor. And I think that was cool. But it wouldn't be something that kept me in the game for long. Shadowbringers is really what solidified me staying in Final Fantasy and really enjoying the game. As well as the ability changes from Shadowbringers, because I saw the abilities pre-Shadowbringers and I was like, yo, that would feel so fucking empty and bad. Like it would feel like there's filler abilities you just have to click, but they don't feel good. Like for example, technically in Shadowbringers, I hated Warrior. I don't remember what it was, but I hated Warrior. But in Endwalker, I love Warrior. Warrior feels so good. I don't even remember what they changed, but it feels really, really good. So yeah, so it's like it's kind of hard for me to tell if I would have stuck with it if I quit any earlier than Shadowbringers. Quit WoW during anything before Shadowbringers.
And I had never played a Final
And I
Fantasy
probably
game
would
before.
never have given Final Fantasy another shot. So I'm like, nothing really changed. Oh, they gave them abilities. Whatever, I don't care. It's not like ESO. ESO has a great appeal in my opinion. For like, I played it when it came out. I played it after a few patches. I played it when Elsewhere or whatever, like the island thing came out. Elysium, Elysium. I don't remember. With the time mages or whatever came out. And I played during the dragon stuff when that came out as well. Like all like on and off and whatever. And the best thing I found about, like for example, coming back to ESO is first of all your progression stays, but and which is like a great appeal for a WoW player. But the other thing is you get new sets and you want to experiment with these sets, and like the sets kind of change the game. Not kind of, but they very in a very big way change the way you play the game. Or like how, or like which combination of abilities feels better, which you would not get with Final Fantasy because there's no real customization in Final Fantasy, and you definitely won't get it in WoW. So I would say ESO actually has a better appeal to people who come and go than Final Fantasy. Anyways, geez, I went on the rant. Let's go.
I didn't understand like why there were cat girls to play. I didn't understand why there was like potatoes.
Never ask questions why they're cat girls. Just say yes.
To play, I was kind of weirded out by the character creation. Like full disclosure, honestly, my first reaction was like, "Who is this game for? This is like a weeb game." That was my reaction. But I tried.
It feels like she quit before anime became like super popular in the US population, because now it's like people like Asmongold would never watch anime during WOD time, I think, and now Asmongold wears cat ears and wears maid suits, some maid's outfits sometimes when he does like a PO box openers and shit like that. Times change, but again, it's literally like the whole like acceptance of that Japanese culture that became way more prevalent in the US, that kind of allowed Final Fantasy to blow up, as well as Asmongold trying it.
Tried it, and honestly, in spite of myself, in spite of all my reservations, and in spite of myself expecting it to be crap, I found myself after 3 days of playing the story and just feeling myself slowly, like, I guess, let my guard up and allow this new game to be enjoyable for me. Honestly, I was hooked after 3 days. The story pulled me in, and I started.
But wasn't that like because your expectations were so low that you got pulled in?
Connected again.
That's how it
not
works.
Just to the characters.
It's like
story.
If I have low expectations for Shadowlands, I will not be disappointed. I'll be happy with anything I get because my expectations are like rock bottom, and they were. And they were. That's why I really enjoyed the first tier of Shadowlands. And then I just realized that all I'm doing is running on treadmill, and I was like, yo, fuck this game. Done.
Which I kind of think of like those first connections to the story characters as being almost like a rope that I grabbed onto after being in this pit of like despair, like MMO despair. It was like I had this lifeline suddenly, and I started to feel like, oh my gosh, this is really fun, and I care about what's happening to these characters. I want to know what's going to happen next. And then the community embraced me, and the community started pulling me up out of this hole that I was in. And I started my YouTube channel, and I started making content for the game. And before I knew it, I felt like I had a family around me, and I felt like I belonged for the first time since Wrath of the Lich King in an MMO. I felt like I was at home, and I couldn't believe what was happening.
I'm sorry, I have to roll my eyes. I have to roll my eyes on like stuff like that because I can't understand. It's kind of like how people have like this parasocial relationships with streamers. It's like I feel at home in this streamer's chat rooms. Like, bro, like no, you don't. Like, are you kidding me? The thing is, what I feel like what happened with Zepplis, and again, she could be like legit saying it. Like, I'm not saying like she didn't, but what I'm think happened is, first of all, expectations were really low. So like that makes it a lot easier to be affected. Second of all, she said she felt really lonely in WoW, or like basically she felt the loneliest she ever has been. So you have a massive hole to fill, and it just so happened that's like Final Fantasy had enough in it to fill it. But here's the thing: if you were playing, like if you moved to Final Fantasy during Wrath of the Lich King, when you felt like you had a family, you would never feel like you have a family in Final Fantasy. No matter how nice or how great the people there would be, you would never feel it. You would be like, no, my home is fine, like it's in WoW, right? So it's just that she had a hold. It was just coincidental. So that's why like I don't like these like feelings like, oh, I felt here like home. It's like you must have been abused. It's like, oh my god, this relationship that I'm in is so good. I feel so myself here. And you know why? Because the guy she's with now is only yelling at her, but the previous guy was beating the shit out of her. Like, oh, this relationship is much better. Yeah, in comparison, it was, in my opinion, if you joined during Heaven's Ward, like, I don't think the game was really good. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
Caught up in 14 so fast. Everything moved so quickly. I got my character to level 60.
And the reason I'm saying the game wasn't really good, fuck man, pause and I need to finish my fucking point before I say. The reason I'm saying the game, in my opinion, was not very good, Heaven's Ward, the jobs did not feel complete. The jobs started feeling complete afterwards. So, for example, when I was playing Stormblood, the job felt empty. Now, here's the thing: when they made Shadowbringers and when they made Endwalker, they, for the most part, added abilities and very small tweaks or none at all. In Endwalker, I think they made more tweaks, but Shadowbringers, Stormblood to Shadowbringers, there were almost like no changes except like extra abilities. I think like Dark Knight got some changes maybe. But there were almost like no changes to the classes. And in my opinion, dude, I was playing the Paladin. It felt empty all the way up until Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers it was fun. Like, oh, finally, this feels like a good class. And so many classes felt better at like 71 than they did from 1 to 70. So much better, just because one ability was added. It's like now all of it makes sense. And Endwalker they made even better, and it's like the jobs only felt complete at the beginning of Shadowbringers and not during Stormblood, in my opinion. So Heaven's Word as well would not feel good.
And I started raiding again. I had that incredible thrill of killing the savage bosses with my new static, my new friends from my static, and it was that same old thrill that I felt back in the day with Nefarian. You know, I was having so much fun. My heart found a new place to be, a new place to stay, and I watched from afar, from this position of safety, from which I still watched as World of Warcraft took its path and continues to take this path down a road that I can't follow.
I agree there.
Thing that Jaina said to Arthas, like, you're going down a path I can't follow.
What do you mean Jaina said to Arthas? Jaina said nothing to Arthas. He was a little fucking fart, and she just looked at him and asked Anduin if that's Arthas. She didn't even like look at the fucking fart.
Meanwhile, you have
she looked at Sylvanas
saying stuff like, and this was from a Q&A.
Sad.
Ian said, if people are engaging in activity beyond the level that's required to earn some baseline reward, that's an indication they're doing it because it is fun. We can infer that from this data that they are having fun. We can infer the fun if they repeat activity beyond baseline reward acquisition.
God.
It is fun. Like, what?
No. Yeah, just no.
He
just a big no.
was talking about how they decide if something's fun or not, like how a robot would if they were studying humans.
It's so weird. It's like, okay, you know what? How you would decide if something is fun? If people were doing stuff that didn't give them any advantage in the game, then they were doing it for fun. That's like one of the only indicators you can really use. Hey, I'm doing Torghast 20 times a week, 20 times a day, even though you only get the reward one time, but I'm doing it 20 times, the same like level 6, the same hardest difficulty. I'm getting absolutely nothing out of it except enjoyment. Literally nothing. You get absolutely nothing out of it except enjoyment. Then you can say, okay, this person is having fun. Everyone else was like, well, they get incremental bonuses to their AP by grinding this out. They must be having fun grinding AP. Bullshit. The AP is used for something, like a power gain for their artifact.
What is fun like? What is this thing? Like, it was so weird. And then Laura's sitting next to him. Laura's the community manager who famously on Twitter called the community dickbags. There's a tweet for that. He's a community manager.
For information, since I've been having to do it a lot lately, yes, I am very quick to mute or block people on Twitter. It is, in my experience, the only way to make using Twitter not be a constant slog through garbage spewed by anonymous dickbags. He's not wrong, just bad language. My mental health over your idiotic ranting. Again, not wrong. I don't like Lord, by the way. Like overall, I don't think much of him as a person, but and he's not wrong. It's just that politically and diplomatically he should not be saying things like that, because again, you're generalizing a lot of people who might be giving you actual feedback and you're calling them dig bags instead of like people who are actually dig bags and just like are being dig bags.
His job is to interact with the community. And he was like, look, I'm quick to mute or block people. I don't want to slog through garbage on Twitter.
That's fine. I feel like
dickbags.
Again, in my opinion, Twitter is not now it is, I guess, but Twitter should not be the way you interact with your developers. I think the forums should be the way you interact with your developers. That's failure on Blizzard's part and on the WoW team, that the forums are a very bad way to interact with developers.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Your job is to go through Twitter messages. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? These are the people that are leading the Q&As, that are leading the official discussion about the state and path of the game. And not only are they out of touch...
Her arms are way smaller here, I believe. Maybe it's the shirt, but it's like she looks like... Because she said she's been working out when she was living in Ukraine, so I guess she's a bit... a bit more...
with like the very basic idea of what is fun. How do we decide if this is fun? But also out of touch with the community, and even like from this tweet, you can see that there's a level of like aggression, almost like seeing the community as
a level of aggression. That was pure aggression. That's pure aggression.
Very important. God, I'm so tired of this word feedback. We value your feedback. It's like like it's the retail lie that everyone's sick of hearing. I don't even want to call it feedback. You're supposed to have normal conversations. You're supposed to play the game yourself, and as a human, using your human emotions, decide, did I have fun? It also echoes this thing that J. Allen Brack said. New president of Blizzard said, you think you want it, but you don't. Again, it's like this.
I 100% agree with him. I 100% agree that you think you want classic, but you don't. Because, as you can see, for some odd reason, once TBC came out, classic is dead. Once Wrath of the Lich King will come out, TBC will be dead. What do you think they're gonna do after that? They're gonna keep recycling the 3 expansions? Are they gonna go for Cataclysm? Do you think if they go for Cataclysm, Wrath would also not be dead? Really? Now, by the way, before when they went from classic to TBC, they technically killed classic on their own. Right now, you can still play the classic servers. They didn't change anything. You can still play it. Why doesn't anyone play that? I wonder, why doesn't anyone play a game that is practically free? Just pay the sub at this point, right? It's free, it's available, there's dedicated servers for that are not TBC. Why is no one there? Because the game is fucking dog shit. That's why no one wants this game. People want it for the nostalgia. They got their nostalgia. They don't want to play it anymore. They want massive changes. They want fun servers, right? Everyone who played the private servers, kudos to them for playing it for so many years. But here's what happened. They played it for so many years. They already experienced it. They had they basically leveled everything they wanted. They created all the characters they want. Do you really think they won't do it again? They probably just picked 1 or 2 of the classes that they enjoyed the most, and that's what they played in Classic, and that was it. They did the raids, the world first, whatever, who gives a shit, and now they're in TBC. And once TBC is over, they're gonna go to Wrath, and once Wrath is over, they're gonna go to the next one. And that's it. No one, I wouldn't say no one, but it's like, yeah, I think J. Allen Brack was actually right. You think you do, but you don't. These servers right now, for example, how much money do you think Classic is actually making WoW right now? Absolutely nothing. Classic WoW is actually just costing Blizzard money. They have 2 or I don't know how many. They have dedicated servers for Classic. They're just draining their money for no reason, right? And then it's going to be the TBC servers are going to be draining their money. And the thing is, they can't even turn them down, because once they do, it would be the same as admitting the player saying, it's like, see, you don't want to give us classic anymore.
The sense of condescension and how wrong has the community proven him to be with the massive hype over WoW Classic. People
They didn't. They didn't. In the long term, in my opinion, it was a mistake. In the short term, yeah, it was great. A lot of people played, whatever. Again, for nostalgia. Why is Asmongold not playing Classic anymore? Literally, in his words, because I already did it. Why is Asmongold not playing TBC? One of the biggest advocates for Classic. Why is not playing TBC? Because I did it 20 years ago or 18 years ago, whatever, 15 years ago, whenever TBC was out. I think 15 years ago, 15 to 18 years ago, whatever. Because I already did it 15 to 18 years ago. Now, will I do the new raids? Yeah, but will I grind? No, because yeah, it's not fun. It's not. It's fun for a very short time, but it's not fun. And you know why it's not fun? Because the technology fucking changed. The technology is so good. All the guides are out there. You're just following a fucking checkbox while you're playing Classic. The whole fun of Classic was the exploration, the not knowing what the fuck you're doing and making it work. Okay, all these weird builds that people were doing because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, but still they were making uh, they were finishing the game. They were killing Kel'Thuzad or whatever. That's what made it fun. Not a lot of people kill Kel'Thuzad, but they were killing Nefarian without knowing what the fuck they were doing. Okay, that's what made Classic fun. That customizability, the exploration, no one even cared that respecting cost 50 gold back then, because you wouldn't even get to the 50 gold because you wouldn't know how to respect. At most you would respect back then to be like, I just want to try this out, and you couldn't just keep doing because no one knew how to farm gold. That's what was fun about it. Now you have all this information and you have people literally sitting for hours on a herb. Like, oh, let me so respawning in 20 seconds, and then the bot appears and takes the herb from you. technology changed and which made Classic a fucking garbage dog-ass game. Here's the thing: if Classic came out when it did, 2020 or 2019, whenever it came out, if it came out and it did not have the name World of Warcraft, no one would play it. A game exactly like Classic came out without the Warcraft 3 story, but everything is the same. Everything is the exact fucking same. Just all the character names are different, all the class jobs are named differently, all the abilities are named differently, but they do the exact same thing. Everything is the exact same. No one would play that game. And that's why I say JAB was right. You think you do, but you don't. Because if the game wasn't called World Warcraft, no one would fucking play it.
Excited about WoW Classics, they can log in and play a polygon dwarf who has 4 polygons on his nose. They're logging in because of the design philosophy. This again, like with BlizzCon, we have all these quotes from these people.
I don't know why I'm so passionate about the hate for Classic WoW.
Phones. They're on this.
Okay, the Diablo 3 thing. The Diablo 3 thing, I mean, I just feel bad for the devs, man. They were in shock mode. Like those people clearly are not like social savvies, okay? Like they didn't mean in a condescending way. They just didn't know what to say. They just want to say it's like, look, everyone has phones. You guys will like it, and like they didn't they couldn't respond to the fact that we probably shouldn't announce it as the last thing, and we probably should announce it in BlizzCon. If you announce it BlizzCon, it should probably be the first thing you announce, and very, very briefly. Like that's pretty much what it should have been.
And looking down at the players like they just have no idea what they want, and we know what fun is because we have the numbers. I went to my first fan fest 4 months ago in Paris. It was like night and day. BlizzCon 2018 versus FanFest 2019 because
look,
there was a
it's
rock show at the end where Yoshida came out in this freaking amazing tiger kimono, and he's singing this badass song from the game, and you've got Koji Fox from the English localization team, Soken there. And they're rocking out. They're having so much fun.
I hope they were doing the twinning one.
Big thing together, and you feel
it is Shadowbringers, so I hope it was the twinning.
It
is their
really
hit song.
Invested in this game too. They care about this game too. They're there to listen to us. I posted today on Twitter. At FanFest, a fan went up during the Q&A and requested a quality of life change. And Yoshida was like, yeah, we can do that. 4 months later, today, I posted, that they have announced that they will be adding that feature that was requested by a fan into the game.
A fan requests a QOL change at FanFest, and 4 months later it's announced for the game. Never change Yoshida. Controllers will now vibrate when you have been matched in the duty finder and the confirmation appears. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Okay. I posted that.
I hate that. I hate that because I need to turn it off, but I don't know how because I have to keep my controller off because
controversy, which there has
it keeps fucking shaking.
And they say, "Well, here's the reasons for why we can't give you what you want right now, but we'll try." They're very transparent. They know they're in touch with what is going on, with what players want. But it's design philosophy problems that are the reason why I felt so alone in my garrison in Warlords of Draenor, that are the reason why I left that game behind, and it opened that window of opportunity for me to finally try another game. So why are players quitting WoW for 14? It's because that the tie has been severed.
Not really. Yes and no.
What is meaning?
I don't think I agree with. Well, again, for people like me, I don't agree with her.
Pride in what you've accomplished. Whatever that chord of meaning is, I know that it's made up of something more than the sum of its parts, and that's what Ian doesn't get. That's what they don't seem to get. It's something that makes you feel like you're a part of something bigger. And that's what WoW has lost. That's what Final Fantasy XIV can offer. You might not like it. You might try it and it might not be for you. That's okay. But I will make a separate video talking about some misconceptions you might have, especially early on in the early parts of gameplay. I'll talk more about how the game does change as you level and more of what to expect if you decide to play 14 coming from World of Warcraft. What do you think? What do you think about this thing that I've called the chord of meaning? what is it made of for you? Like, what attaches you to an MMO? Have you ever played World of Warcraft? Have you played it as long as me? Are you also a WoW
This is
refugee?
like what she's asking questions for the comment section. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I'm gonna like the reason she quit WoW is completely different from my reason. I don't really feel betrayed by the community or like by the development team in that sense. I'll go more in depth after I come back from the washroom. Be right back. Oh, I don't want to do that. All right. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, let's do a real conversation ish. Okay. So, let's do it so it's a continuation of the previous thing. Where's history? Zepla. This one. And as if I just finished watching it. That's for the YouTube guys, you know. All right. Okay, so the real reason why I quit WoW, and it's nothing extravagant like, oh, I didn't feel like I belong or whatever. It's like, look, you can always find people to play with, in my opinion. It's not that hard. Like, if you really want to make online friends, you can make online friends. Like, literally, there's so many people playing who are looking for friends. I mean, let's be real. A lot of these people are, a lot of us people are, you know, easily too lonely or anything like that. So it's like saying something like I was lonely while playing WoW, or like I didn't feel like I belong, or like my friends are not there. Look, nothing has changed in that regard. the thing is, if you want to play with your friends, it doesn't matter what you play. It's literally hanging out with your friends and having a game in the background. That's kind of what I view as like gaming with friends. It's like it doesn't really matter what you do. When I play with my friends in World of Warcraft, I didn't care that we were doing a +3 when I'm clearing +18s on the regular. I was just like, we're just chilling, having fun, blowing shit up. They are low item level, I'm high item level. Sometimes I just go on like a random fucking class or spec. Because again, even if I don't enjoy, let's say, a shaman, fuck shamans, honestly, but I'm just kidding. I do have a shaman. I just didn't enjoy playing it. Even if I'll go on a shaman for like the +2 or +3, I would enjoy it because I'm playing with friends. So it's like the whole thing was like you feel lonely in a game. I think that's like the friends you're playing with don't want to play the game, right? It's like I don't think the game is the main reason you're not playing with your friends and feel alone and you're sitting in your garrison all alone like Zepla was. My reason was pretty simple. It was very logical and calculative, I think. So what happened was, um, I would usually take a break around the mid tier on pretty much on every expansion of WoW, and then come back late tier. Shadowlands I was hoping would not be that, but Shadowlands was actually like the thing that like completely like made me sick and tired. So every expansion, starting WoD, because that's when I really picked up the game more seriously. That's when I really started taking a break mid expansion, and the reason was that I was just tired of like of the game. It was like it wasn't anything different. All I'm doing is kind of like running in circles, running on a treadmill. Like again, going to my garrison, doing the dailies. But again, like the garrison was just like one thing. It's like it could have been anything. Could have been circles around Dalaran. That's what people did in Legion. They would run circles around Dalaran for like instead of like running circles in the garrison. It doesn't matter where you do your circles. And then so that was WoD, and then I came back towards Hellfire Citadel. I did that. Then because Legion was coming out, I was like hoping that Legion would be good, and was pretty good. Legion played the first tier, quit mid Halls of Valor or Trial of Valor, whatever the raid was called, and came back towards the end of Nighthold because Tomb of Sargeras was like, a very story-driven raid for me. So I really want to do it, and Tomb of Sargeras is when I really started doing like mythic raiding. Even though like in WoD I did do mythic Highmaul, I didn't finish it and I didn't really care about it as much. But Legion was when I really started doing mythic raiding, and it wasn't that fun. Like it really wasn't, especially with like the RNG of like Warforged and Titanforge. It really made Mythic raiding as a whole um, not that fun. And I would say the reason is because it's not that I felt like I was the best player in the raid, but it felt like the worst player in the raid was making everyone worse. One player wiping the whole raid. One player not understanding a mechanic for 30 pulls. How is that even possible? If you see the mechanic 30 times, how do you still not get it? Things like that, and became like more frustrating than enjoyable, right? And these things started picking up. So at least in Legion, Mythic Plus was still new. And the worst part about Mythic Plus in Legion is in BFA is that they took the worst design of Legion Mythic Plus and put that into BFA. So BFA, I barely even bothered with the first raid. I think I did two of the first mythic bosses. Well, and during the prog of the third boss, I was like, yo, fuck this shit. I'm so down with this like garbage. Like it's not fun. It's not enjoyable. One person, like Johnny Boy here, keeps fucking it up for everyone, and it's not fun. Okay, so I quit that again, all the way to Nyalotha basically, like right before Nyalotha came out. I think like a month before Nyalotha came out, and then there was the corruption thing, and the corruption thing made it like it was just a treadmill. It's like super RNG, not targetable at first. Later you got the what's it called? You got The vendor, super crap in my opinion, like shitty design. But there was a new system, and that was the void zone for Stormwind and Orgrimmar, and I found that fun. That was kind of challenging, and that's what they made Torghast, and I enjoyed Torghast for a very long time. And I found that fun. The problem is limited access. Why? No fucking idea. No fucking reason for it to be limited access. Who cares? Like, I fucked up the first time. Let me keep trying until I make it. Like, it's more content. Like, I can play more the game. Why is it's like the development made it so that you
Sounds like something you do in World of Warcraft.
Hello, hello, hello. Yo, let's see.
But the year.
Dude, don't tell me I just the whole video. Wait. No way. No fucking way. Please don't tell me. Uh, oh my god. Please tell me. Yo, this will be so bad. This will be so annoying. I really don't want to do it again. Where is it? The latest one. This is I can delete. Bro, if there's no sound. Okay, so. Oh, thank. No. Is that the? And that's not. It's not fun. No way. No way, bro. No. Yo, fuck my life. Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. You piece of shit headphones. Why did it turn off? Dude, why did my headphones turn off? No. Oh my god. Like, there's no way I'm out of battery. Maybe I lifted it enough? Bro. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Let's see. If I start playing this to their AP by Kudos, it is Shadowbringer. Bro, I'm so fucking annoyed right now. Oh my god, that's so fucking bad. Wow. It's fucking wow. I can't believe I just made a 18-minute video and my mic stopped working halfway through. So like about 10 minutes of it or more was like it was literally just me talking. Just me talking and there was like nothing. My mic was off. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. That's so bullshit. Anyways, let's watch Crypto CEO accidentally describes Ponzi scheme by CoffeeZilla. Is it CoffeeZilla? Is that his name? Yeah, CoffeeZilla. Alright. Let's go.
Is 2022 and the world has changed. Magic internet money is here, ladies and gentlemen, and yield farming, it's a crypto thing now. So buckle up, educate yourselves. This is what it really means. Hang on, let me look this up real quick.
Yield farming.
Yield farming is the practice of staking or lending crypto assets in order to generate high returns or rewards in the form of additional cryptocurrency. Now, are you...
So basically, your imaginary money, your monopoly money, can increase by more monopoly money for reasons. Because you invest in monopoly money, the monopoly money bank decided that you earn 10% more monopoly money at the end of the day. Monopoly money.
Confused yet? Don't be, because that's the whole purpose of this video.
Yes.
Sam Bankman-Fried, CEO of one of the world's largest crypto exchanges,
FTX,
is here. He appeared on a podcast to explain it to the unwashed masses once and for all. What is a yield farm? But it turns out in the process, he accidentally describes a Ponzi scheme,
nice.
Which is just sort of like really funny. Because his one job in situations like this, talking to non-crypto people, is to reassure them this isn't a Ponzi scheme, guys. And instead, just right out of the gate, off rip, he's like, yeah, we just kind of keep putting money into this thing and it just, price goes up. Now, as a disclaimer, not all yield farming is a Ponzi scheme. People have been lending money forever, and that's technically yield farming. That's not a Ponzi scheme. Now, on the other hand, the point of this video is that what this billionaire crypto CEO is about to describe, that is definitely a Ponzi scheme. So, let's just check it out.
A surprising amount of legitimacy for what farming.
This guy's a billionaire, fellas. Whenever you watch a movie and you see billionaires and they wear like massive, like nice suits, drive nice cars and all that stuff, remember, this guy's a millionaire.
Could mean, where'd you start? You start with a company that builds a box. And in practice, this box, they probably dress it up to look like a life-changing, world-altering protocol that's going to replace all the big banks in 38 days or whatever. Maybe for now, actually ignore what it does or pretend it does literally nothing. It's just a box.
All right, step one, we're already getting some red flags here. Pretend you're life-changing and actually do nothing. Okay, what's step two, Sam?
And then this protocol issues a token. We'll call it whatever, X token. And X token promises that anything cool that happens because of this box is going to ultimately be usable by, governance vote of holders of the X tokens. They can vote on what to do with any proceeds or other cool things that happen from this box. And of course, so far we haven't exactly given a compelling reason for why there ever would be any proceeds from this box. But I don't know, maybe there will be. So that's sort of where you start. And now what happens?
So maybe there will be, maybe there won't. If there is, you would get a vote to do something with that. But it doesn't mean your vote will actually count, I guess.
Well, X token has some market cap, right? It's probably not zero. Let's say it's, $20 million market cap.
Okay, step two, make a $20 million market cap from nothing.
For nothing.
No big deal, guys. It's
empty bucks.
Now, the interviewer, this guy, Matt Levine, sort of picks up on the insanity of this. He's like this serious investment banker guy, you have to imagine. And he's like, look, no, it can't be worth nothing. You can't do this. And Sam Bankman-Fried's like, the hell, I can't.
From first principles, it should be zero, but okay.
Sure, okay. I completely reasonable comment.
That's not quite true, but when you describe it in this totally cynical way, it sounds like it should be zero. But go on.
Describe it this way: you might think, for instance, that in 5 minutes with an internet connection, you could create such a box and such a token, and that it should reflect it should be worth $180 or something market cap for that that effort that you put into it. In the world that we're in, if you do this, everyone's going to be like, ooh, box token. Maybe it's cool. If you buy a box token, that's going to appear on Twitter and it'll have a $20 million market cap.
All right. Red flag 3. My man just...
So for your time for creating an empty box token, an empty box means nothing. You say that this is worth a maximum of $180. And if you invest into it, this box might do something to be worth more than $180. But because we are who we are, we can just set the price to $20 million because our time is just that much more valuable. Got it?
Just said, maybe in your world, a box that does nothing can't be worth $20 million, but in my world, $20 million minimum. And this is sort of where things go full Ponzi, we don't even try to hide it. Money goes up because more money goes in, and more money's going in because money goes up.
Yeah.
So, X tokens being given out each day. All these sophisticated firms are like, huh, that's interesting. If the total amount of money in the box is $100 million, then it's going to yield $16 million this year in X tokens being given out for it. That's a 16% return. That's pretty good. We'll put a little bit more in, right? And maybe that happens until there are $200 million in the box. So, sophisticated traders and or people on crypto Twitter or other sort of similar parties go and put $200 million in the box collectively, and they start getting these X tokens for it, right? And now all of a sudden everyone's like, wow, people just decide to put $200 million in the box. This is a pretty cool box, right? This is a valuable box, as demonstrated by all the money that people have apparently decided should be in the box. And who are we to say that they're wrong about that? This is, I mean, boxes can be great. Look, I love boxes as much as the next guy, right? And so what happens now, all of a sudden people are kind of recalibrating. It's like, well, $20 million, that's it? That market cap for this box? And it's been 48 hours and it already has $200 million, including from sophisticated players in it.
Are you guys hearing this? He literally just described a Ponzi scheme, unironically, and said at the top of this interview, by the way, that this is one of the most important things in DeFi right now. Boxes that do nothing, that are in the shape of pyramids. And by the way, you and I aren't the only ones who feel stunned by this. The interviewers are just sort of at a loss for words.
I think of myself as like a fairly cynical person, and
Yep.
that was so much more cynical
Yeah,
than
that's
how I would have described farming. Like, you're just like, well, I'm in the Ponzi business, and it's pretty good.
At no point did any of this require any sort of like economic case. It's just like other people put money in the box, and so I'm going to too, and then it's more valuable, so I'm going to put more money in. And at no point in the cycle did it seem to like describe any sort of like economic purpose.
Now, it was at this point in the interview where I thought, okay, finally some sensible people in the room. Clearly, Sam just got called out for pitching Ponzi schemes. He's now going to backtrack, right? Wrong. Instead, Sam goes, this is my world, and you guys are boomers and just don't understand how money works.
And it is sort of like real monetizable stuff in some senses. And, you know, at some point, like if the world never decides that we were wrong about this in like a coordinated way, right? Like you're kind of the guy calling bullshit saying, no, this thing's actually worthless. But in what sense are you right? You could see something get market cap in the way that, I don't know, Dogecoin or Shibcoin.
I mean, I understand what he's saying. It's like the guy who, I think it was a rumor, I don't know if it actually happened, a guy who bought a famous artist's painting, which was basically a white fucking board with no painting on it. He bought it for like a few $1 million, and it was just like a canvas, a white canvas. So, and it's like, again, how do you value this canvas at a few millions?
Right? Where people are just kind of like, haha.
Which is, by the way, a scam in my opinion. But again, it's the person who's paying that needs to decide if it has value or not.
And then they buy it. And if you're like, that's dumb, it has no cash flow, I'm going to short sell it, you lose all your money.
There it is, guys. The unironic investment case for memes and Ponzi schemes. They have value because people say they have value, and who are you to say otherwise? I mean, what do you...
I mean, it's true, though. It's true. Certain brands have value because people say they have value, not because of the materials they use.
Even say to this, because on the one hand, this is insane and breaks all monetary theory. On the other hand, that guy has $1 billion, multiple billions, and I have multiple thousands. We are not the same, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
what
do
we
we even take away from this? I think the answer has to be nothing. I hope you guys learned nothing. There is no good lesson here. But only maybe a few chuckles and laughs at the inevitable decline of our society into pure Ponzi-nomics. If you want to watch the rest of this debate, relitigating whether Ponzi schemes are actually a great idea,
but that's all it is, right?
I'll link the full thing down below. And
like, okay, for example, okay, let him finish.
Thanks for watching. That's it. Pump the stock. It's probably a Ponzi scheme, but hey, Sam said it was okay. See ya.
Okay, so for example, let's go to ODK network. First thing came to mind. Okay, have t-shirts. Okay, this t-shirt is $38. Are you telling me the material on this costs like anywhere near this price? This is like without shipping, probably before tax and all that stuff. $38 for this. You fucking kidding me? It's a fucking t-shirt. Probably doesn't even fit right. Maybe it has good quality, but it's $38. What you're paying for is the brand. What is a brand? A brand is nothing. A brand is whatever you value it at. The only difference is they value it at 38 minus whatever it cost them to make it. That's the value of the brand. He values his box that he put 5 minutes into making at 20 million. That's all it is. All the brandings, this is all it is. Technically, you can use the same logic to say these are all Ponzi schemes, bro. A pair of socks for $16. $55 for joggers. That's actually like kind of okay. I've seen worse jogger prices, right? But yeah, but it's like these are all technically the same argument of like why this is like kind of like a Ponzi. It's like the value you put on something, that's all it is. Now the only difference is obviously that the price on that doesn't go up based on how many people buy it. But on some other products, they do. think about the what's it called, which was illegal, but when there was shortage of toilet paper, did they not raise the price? Like some people tried to raise the price. That's why it's illegal, but that's technically also a Ponzi scheme, right? It's like people want toilet paper. I bought all the toilet paper, so now I'm gonna sell it at a increased price, right? That's illegal because of the shortage, right? Like that's a bit different, but like that's the same kind of concept, right? It's like you just increase the price for no reason. You increase the price because people value it, right? There's no value to toilet paper if it's available. There's like the value is very low, but when it's not available, the value goes up, right? That's like supply and demand and all that stuff, right? But it's like everything that's like the prices goes up because you value it more. That's technically the same definition for what he just describes as the Ponzi scheme. You value it at a certain amount. That's all it is. That's like, yeah, that's all it is. Like it's however you value it. Like that's literally how the world runs. What you think, what's it called? What's that purse called that all the women want? Starts with a V. Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton, right? Or whatever it's called. Those are very expensive bags. Why? The material is not that good. Why is Lululemon so expensive? The material is not that price. It's the branding. That's all it is. Why is Gymshark so expensive? It's the branding, right? What is a brand overall? It's whatever value they feel like they deserve. It's how it is, right? You don't necessarily pay for quality, right? You pay for a brand. That's it. Like the quality means jack shit. So, yeah, that's my thought on that. Let's play some Final Fantasy. Okay. It is time, boys. It is time. Let's put this on. There we go. Data center. Primal. Proceed. And hopefully my mic didn't turn off this time. Fuck! I'm so annoyed about that bullshit. That 20-minute video went to shit. Oh my god. Oh, so bad. Also, let me check this right now. Look how many uploads I have to do. 5, 10, 13 uploads, man. I got videos. If I want to just upload one a day, I got videos for like 13 weeks. For 13 days. 14 because I will remake the video of like why I quit World of Warcraft. Probably won't be 17 minutes. It will be probably like 9 minutes this time because I'll go through my story a lot faster. We're going for Sage because I want instant use. I don't want to talk to you. I'm surprised. I thought they did like trust system for Stormblood. Nice, buddy. Instant queue. Let's fucking go, bro. Let's fucking go. Instant queues, brother. Instant, brother. Oh shit. Had no sound. What the hell are these guys? Stuff of nightmares. It's a warrior. He doesn't need healing. Easy game, bro. Oh, I forgot to change my thing here. Playing Final Fantasy, right? Go down. Oh, I get this. 66. Jeez, it's gonna be a while. I has the Heaven's Word relic. I need to not forget my dots. My dots. The home gang just needs a fucking nerf. That's fucking crazy. That's not home gang, it's fuck, what is it called? I forgot the name. Nice. Thank God they can interrupt, bro. Movie time. Oh, honestly, it's like whatever movie. Easy game. I love this song. Storm of blood, born of blood of a fallen brother. Wow! Yeah. Ah, shit. The accommodations, bro. I know what the fuck I'm doing, man. Ain't nobody suffered that run. Actually, the tank did pretty good though. Just runs through, grabs everything. Hello.
Thank the 12.
For real? Okay, that's why the trust wouldn't make sense.
Everything here would appear to be in order. Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to the misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
Coward. Beep, 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 beep. Thavnir, Doma. This is Kugane. What language is that written? It's like half English. Is it Latin?
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane.
My favorite song.
Outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Papa Limo. Papi Limo. Papi Limo. Hi, Papi. Alright. Go. Wait, my stage 71 too? Let's go. Congratulations, you now stand Kugane, the western port of Hingashi, regrettably the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Oh. Okay. And it can be more than this. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvelain, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you to for the right price? You can't be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. It is like that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are not still in the city. Here we speak passage. Maybe we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alfie. Making friends or friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Yeah. Captain Carvalane, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect, or so they say. And with that, my dear science, I bid you adieu. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain. You may the navigator watch over and keep you. Cheers. Right then, to the hostelry? After you. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, bim, bum, bum. Da-da-dum.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
Yeah. You're not in Kansas either. It's getting a bit chilly.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Be annoying.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
Damn, Tatar, you're good. You didn't even do anything already.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito?
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
Oh, don't be that way.
My, such naked suspicion.
I mean...
I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Yeah, buddy. What was that about, huh?
Oh dear, have I offended you?
He's like having fun with
Once
it.
again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
Hancock. And you must be Filmina Nekochi, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pence. Does someone's pants? Some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. Stealer of Pence. I knew it. May I say what an honor and pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, my lady. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you would be so good as to follow me. A bit loud in my ears. Oh, I don't think the vendor's here yet. God damn, that sucks. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Encanto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetheryte which stands over yonder. The design is remarkably different from those of Charlayan, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar, will wonders never cease? Far Eastern Aetheryte technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Onishishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral technique with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. Attune if you like. And I would like. Built to 55, huh? Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetheryte. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. Ah, fooled ya. Alright. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kogane Dori. Kugane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So, in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Hehehe, now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Best friends. Hancock of the East Alderaan Trading Company. You are with clans today? Wife, it isn't Master Caton. Pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Caton of the Hakuchi clan. and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables. Here you will find all of them and more. See if I made some monies. I did. I did make some monies. Let's sell the thing I just got. I think it was pence. Oh. There it is. Nice, good money. And also, did I not just get bracers or something? Was that from the next quest coming up? Okay, there. 2, 6, 1, 2. Shit. Alright. So. Price. It's good price. Fine. Fine. Totally fine. The price drops, buddy. The price drops. Alright, sweet. How much money do you have now? Ooh, baby, baby. We're making monies on the character I don't need monies on. Hell yeah. Always nice to have though. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Ijingai, the district in which Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our guardian cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We do not want any physical altercations. After all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sekisegumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I've seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, though to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisegumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I don't even want to think about that. So as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, you may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in the manner of the late Taleji Adaleji. I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Guardian Consulate. She doesn't even care. She's like, yeah, that's fine. What's the problem here? Fuck the legend. Mm-hmm. Isn't this the place? Yeah. Yeah, this is what it is. Gatekeeper. Those two. Hancock. Hancock. This, as you may have surmised, is the concept of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire, seeking to rule all of creation, is not without its artisans. There is oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. That's close enough, savage. Damn, bro. Got up your ass and died, huh? Crawled up your ass and died, whatever the saying goes. Ba-da-ba-da-bow. Wap-a-ba-da-bow. Na-na-na-na-na. Storm from up. From old score field. Now we yearn for freedom. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Da-da-dum. Na-na-na-na. Da-da-dee. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. All of them, right? Yep. Hell yeah, brother. All done with that? Good. Absolutely tremendous. At long last. Oh, nice stretch. Oh my god, I'm still growing at the age of 35. Long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices? We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way.
Our thaumaturgists took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed.
Okay.
Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity.
Okay, because that's stupid.
By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Aori Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map.
Oh. Explain the map, Hancock.
We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha.
Blind Frost. Cross Otherd's north.
Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea.
Yeah, man, just go around like this. What's this? Orko? Oswald?
Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy.
Oh shit, the Terran are here. From StarCraft. Basically pirates.
Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the ruby tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
Lolorito is such a nice guy right now, huh? Face. Estúpido face. Estúpido face. Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamigan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. Money? Money? Hey! That? Another attire? It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up, and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we are to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Taru? Indeed, Tataru would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. Wow! 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 While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alize and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Damn, during the voyage he actually made such good drawings, huh? Wow, Stola warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. They don't look anything like themselves. This was like the concept art for them, probably. Looks like it's you and me, Filmina. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. I need to change my haircut. Yeah, so that's... And probably white over blue rather than... white over blue instead of... Oh, no, wait. Blue over on white rather than white on blue. Alright, at least... What you get? Alphinaud sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very... Well, see for yourself. I saw him, okay. You may view Alphinaud's sketch at any time during the quest by using relevant item in the key items menu. Wow. Yep. at least. Sorry, not time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the onsen? Onsen, that was it. Oh, that's exactly where I want to go. Because the inn has the haircut guy. What? Come on, come on. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There's not that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? You seek this aura and this Rogadin, do you? A thousand apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Yorza to find our friends. Even more so. We have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisegumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokaze, was it? I love these little bows. Eastern bow is the shit. Honored traveler, give me a room. With some privacy, please. Ending journey. Less. Yes. Hey, you came for me all the way across the world. Even comes to me. I mean, what's it called? Alright, the hairstyle. Let's go with this, and the hair color will change. That's bucket. I am the blue to Lulu's red. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, too far, too far, too far. Reverse, rewind. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine, exceptional quality, delivered but the other day? An Aori Shinobi and a Roigadin Samurai. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea? The doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet? I see, and you're familiar with the ways of Hingashi? How we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own? Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugana is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, Yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The two individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of the captains if you like. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first three, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we have finished. Alright? Good luck. Bum bada ba bow. Bow bada ba bow. Freedom. Bada bada ba. Ba da 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 dee da. Ba 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 ba. Danish spice trader. He asked me if I have seen this Auri woman and this Rogadin samurai. The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Doma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Radzat Han. It would not be an unreasonable detour. I guess to an extent, yeah, even though it's kind of the same direction, but they would have to go close to the Ruby Sea. Yes, Rogadin gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away, like all the others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Well, she is a ninja. Bum bum bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Meticulous merchant. Hey, Yamabiko. Meet again, Yamabiko. Actually, never. It was you, Dio! Passengers? No, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. A woman? Ah, if it is women you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Where's the... Whoa, 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 whoa. I need directions, my man. Where are the pleasure houses? Pleasure houses? Someone say pleasure houses? Stick with this. Someone say pleasure houses. I dream of Shirogane. The houses. How did it? Never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. Ah, this guy. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I've just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Yodo. The Namazu fisherman. Whatever that means. No regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around? Stairs. It's funny guy. Let's stare. What? What? Why do you stare? You have business with me? By the 12, a talking fish. Yes, yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Eugene. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once. But only if you address me again in the proper manner. And what might that be? Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Gyoto, right? My name is Lise and this is Filmina. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see, I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? Probably. I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? We wouldn't be the only passengers though. We would take a moment to talk it over with our friends. Yes, yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tasogare Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil, yes? It's so cute. It's about time our luck changed. Alfino and the others will be thrilled. Yeah. Not a scam at all. And just jump ahead, just do that. Wait. Oh, air's landing. Let me in. Spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yugiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. Sounds like a trap! So this Gyoto claims to have aided both Gosetsu and Yugiri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alfino. Stupid's what I'd call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it is not what troubles me most. Gyoto and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, even ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gosetsu was alone. Only Gyoto claims to have met both him and Yugiri. I suppose it's just possible that Gosetsu made inquiries by himself and only called upon Yugiri once he had found a willing captain? But it's equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their master. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine, you may be right about him, but if Gyoto's working for the Empire, who is to say he didn't try the same trick on Yugiri and Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. I like that idea. So, if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Very well. We should prepare for the worst. Tataru will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs. Even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you, the Sekisegumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? To review, Lise, Filmina, and I will meet with Gyoto as planned. Alfina will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Gyoto attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Sekisegumi, we will evade them with Alfinaud's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Gyoto does not play us for fools. But we shall see. To the bridge. What I don't remember is where my quest is. And if it takes place all around Kugane or just in some places. Also, I like Reaper. It's more mobile. It's good to see you, a fellow Eorzean. Get the fuck out of here, you traitor. Okay, to go there. Actually, the Aetherite probably would have been meeting on the bridge. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Filmina. Something smells fishy.
He's late.
Oh. Huh.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
The sounds he makes when he walks. What a funny character they added here. Love it. Voice acting's. And?
Enough. Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me. These ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Yeah, probably not.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Oh, don't worry.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse. Come on, let's find a way out of here.
No problem. Spug these guys up real quick. You guys know who you're dealing with, man. Oh, Alpha came. All right. Oh, have this. And fuck out of here. I don't know why. I know Zeno said that's like they made their what's it called. Yoshi P made it known that he doesn't want the combos to be on one button, but it's like, then why is the PvP on one button, you know? As expected, the Sekiseigo may have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading the patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Use the smoke bombs to evade the patrols. Be warned that attacking the Sekiseigo will result in failure. That sucks. Probably could have killed all of them. Nice, yeah. I'm definitely right there. Uh-oh. See ya. Where am I supposed to go, by the way? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, made behind him. Right on time. Oh. Ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Ah, Curious Kojin. What's up, brother? Come with me, I'll guide you to your friends. First talking fish and now tortoise. What have we got to lose? Hey, what's up, friends? I think the 12 you made it. I feared our Kojin friend might not find the in time. Everything's going to be alright, trust me.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
A brutish woman.
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
All we got to lose. How's his name again? Scariest thing.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
It's fucking him on the floor.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
Soroban.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisei Gumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path.
You look like Kojin of the Red, I must say. Red, 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 red.
Regretfully, most here would rather not meet
Oh,
our
brown,
goals,
but whatever.
much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
He's just trying to make honest business, yo.
Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Of course.
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate.
That's true. Money speaks first.
To hear your proposal.
Money's first.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
I really gotta pee. I really gotta pee. I'll be right back. Hawkeye. I'm still annoyed that he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guards snapping at our heels. Yeah, good. Let's see. 14? Not sure. 18, okay. 22. This is still not sure. Really? Come on. Alright, fine. Right then, Gyoto should be coming around soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep, or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No, no more boots. All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gosetsu, every last detail. If I found out later that you lied to me... No more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Guardians. You mean you led him into a trap, as you did us, because you are an Imperial spy? No, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Guardians offer a bounty for any dolmens found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy, so what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. You would not go quietly, no. Blades were drawn, men were cut down, and the Sekisegumi came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me the Ijin they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the custody of the Sekisegumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugane, but given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist out of you yet. You are free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I won't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lise, Filmina and I joined you. Alright, but what about Gyoto? I will keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gosetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Sorban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order, then let us be off. The Sekisegumi barracks are to the north. I must ask that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. It's really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? He said it won't take long, right? Because this feels a bit long to me. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Filmina? Right. Everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen. Just had to say it, didn't you? You just had to say it. Probably everything's. Just relax. Enjoy the weather.
How about you?
Oh, he's training them. I forgot. That Kasetsu?
That was Gazetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait.
Nice.
I suppose we should follow her then.
Don't sound too excited.
Victory to the samurai! How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Fucking guy.
Gazetsu!
Ah.
Oh, this is a surprise! What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
After they arrested me, they figured out I'm a samurai and wanted to have a few bouts.
In summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisugumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
Yes.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Ah, and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Looks like this fucking guy. Oh. I would like my money back now. Okay, 40k, not bad. Ooh, 40k. Right? Almost level up. I must apologize that you endure such trials and tribulations in search of me. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You are after a ship to take you to Doma, yes? It just so happens we have found a willing captain. Truly, what fortune! We will tell you all about it back at the company offices. Alfina and Tataru are waiting for us there. There we go. Trying to remember the name without clicking the thing. Setsu, thank the 12 you are unharmed. As you can see, Master Alphino, I am the very picture of health. You, vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind the kami are to grant me vengeance so soon! But first I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Gladly would I return to you your coin, had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where's Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you? For a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago, the better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. Lord Hien? Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne and our master. His was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Xenos led his army onto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 12th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war, and then, one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new viceroy, Yatsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There is naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. Thank you. I believe that makes matter a good deal clearer. It should please you to learn that we are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors. Then allow me to join you. My inquiries here bear no fruit, hence my desire to return to Othard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yangxia, where we shall all be reunited with Yugiri. Mayhap not all. Alphinaud's talents would seem better applied here in Kugane, working closely with Tataru and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There is a Garlean embassy just down the road, after all. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I should be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak. Come now, brother, a competent commander assigns his soldiers the tasks best suited to them. As you of all people should know, and you are so very good at espionage and intrigue, for we all must serve, each in our own way. Very well, it would seem my place is here. Sorban is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot. Can't yet. I have been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? After you, my shelled friend. Hold that thought. If you insist, with me, everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits. So weird that they did this. It was kind of okay for the first run, but after seeing it in like seeing the other ones in like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, it's like it feels weird.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun.
Heaven on high.
A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
How wide and beautiful she is, the ruby sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures, many wonderful treasures. Now, in order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. Set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the ruby tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the pirate lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the isle to the west. It doesn't look very far to me. Filomena, why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I will use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the isle. Right, this should be easy and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. 20 gil says I beat you there. I don't want your 20 gil. Even like maybe bet for like 100k. Man, don't you hate when you had a nut stuck in your throat? God damn, that's annoying. Oh, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. Oh, the hell did I do that? How the hell did I do that? Chihoji. Tansui. I fear you have the advantage of. Most honorable and esteemed Filomena Nekochi, I am Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. God damn, that is one nasty nut. Most honorable and esteemed Filomena Nekochi, I am Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you're in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. It's like, hey, level up. Arcane Circle has been learned. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your guild, perhaps? It is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Oathard. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning? Sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well. I'll be there shortly. A proposition. Your comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban. So I shall consider their tithe paid. Not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. Not sure what to make of that man, but at least the matter of our tithe is settled for now. What was that he and the other pirates were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look. So far, I don't mind Lise overall. You know, being herself. Da 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 da. Da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da. Onokoro. Boys with boats. Oh, you got 10 levels. You attack me. It's the red guys? Okay. And the Imperial guy. Gazame? 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 Thus.
Gentlemen, I'm told you are most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pirate. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Gallian Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
Nope.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least.
What's wrong with his arm?
If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Who brought this crazy chick?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat, and the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Sullivan and put us here at once!
I love this guy. That she-devil?
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
Tansui! What a name. What are we waiting for? Come, come, Soroban cannot have gone far. Though now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kojin brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. Holy hell. I remember why I hate this map so much. Fuck man, it's so far away. Signature's point can be carried over to the next week's challenge. Signature's point can be earned by completing select duties with party members who are new to the video. Okay. Alright, Soroban, what's up, bro? Oh, my friends, 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brethren. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand? Kami be praised. Too often are Shell less quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. Right then, now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. Money? Money? Big money? Eh? Alright, which one's this? Oh, interesting, Rapey. For the Lancer, huh? I shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Ah, that reminds me. Filmina, would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less like we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bow. The price of betrayal. Oh my god. Oh, you're one of the agents from the beach, leaving us already? No need to pay the tithe, like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to peruse our wares and find anything to your liking, we should be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. Yeah. Big damage. Big damage. You have spoken with the Confederates up above, then? Excellent. If you are ready to depart, we may do so at any time. All aboard! All aboard! All abroad. Then let us be off. I shall deliver you to the fishing village of Izari. Wait, Tansui said that the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Izari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well, I know just the place. La lava. The village, I believe. Yep. Here we are. I'm reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Soroban. Truly we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. Ah, you're much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best and hope that we shall meet again. Oh, we will. Don't worry. We got a long journey ahead of us. So we finally arrived in Othard. All we need to do now is liberate Doma. Ah, yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have one thing in our favor, the element of surprise. Unlike in Girabanya, the Imperials don't know we are here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doman Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit, but before all that, we need to see if this is the fishing village Tansui was talking about. It may well be. I smell ceruleum on the breeze.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Over there, someone's coming.
It is she, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans, Yotsuyu.
Apparently, people think it's very hot.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Idiot that keeps running away.
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very Doman. What I wouldn't do for a drink.
Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember?
God damn. Sounds so crazy already.
'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should. A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Korjin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane, but we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word. Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Ah, very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
Fuck it, let's fuck him up. I don't give a shit.
Stop and think for a moment. If you go charging in now, every one of those villagers is as good as dead.
Fuck him. I don't give a shit. I'm out for
We
blood.
must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. They will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle.
Oh.
Now, leave this place. I must go.
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
I hate as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being was crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Gosetsu's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes? For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials. I'm coming, Gosetsu! I'll fuck them all up for you. Where you at, my brother? I'll kill them all, don't worry. I am way above the level required for this zone. Oh, it's all closed. I can't get in. No. Well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Gosetsu, I'm sorry I tried. I gave it my best shot. Eee. Da, 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 da. Ba-dum. Yuki. Walrus, basically. We seem to have evaded their patrols so far. What is that tower anyway? I've never seen anything like it. According to my map, we are on Onokoro, and the tower is known as Heaven on High, a mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. Oh gods, listen to me, I'm starting to sound like Alphino. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware... Huh? Over there, do you see it? Doesn't look it's been dead long. Whoever did this, they're a good shot. I can't see a single stray arrow. It's also... Well, someone's hungry. Wait, it wasn't either of you two, was it? calm down. We had nothing to do with... Wait, what am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not. No. Time to run, Lise. We save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Filmina. Oh, oops, I won't do that. This is damage dealt by self and your repair members. I should do this here and this here, to be honest. As they are spenders. Similar to my samurai thing. But that one has a much longer cooldown. I like this as shift R to be. This feels good. This is the one I kinda like. I'll just do this then, maybe. Just imagine if they had taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Now all we need to do is convince them to help us. How's that? Daimyo. Daimyo. That's a warlord, no? Daimyo? Chieftain or some shit like that? Oh, there's a settlement here, and they have even got their own aetheryte. Wait a minute. I've seen that stern before. It was when we met with Tansui, which means this place belongs to... Oh... Hey, Eastern Bow, let's go. It would seem we have found a Confederate settlement, mayhap even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So Gosetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor, the selfsame Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Interesting. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they are unlikely to ask us for the tithe. At the very least. What's going on over here? What wind brings you hither, of all places? We're not bound for Othar's shores. I see. I trust you have not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject? No? Then what do you want, a second opinion? Very well, come with me. I will take you to the captain, Rusho. Just like that, an audience with their leader. How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people, and this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Stall. Alfina, we need you here ASAP, brother. We are about to let Lise do a conversation, and that's not good for us. Could you find a lower place to hang out in? Holy shit, Rusho. Ah, damn, Rusho. Greetings. You must be Rusho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Oh gods, I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand that we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Isari? The Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remain secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we have come here to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. You would speak to me of lives saved. I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Guardians declare war on the Confederacy? Aid is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality. If you would excuse us. Can I say a thing or two? All ties that bind a man must be renounced, without exception. If he is to find a place here, former lovers and bitter enemies alike must learn to bury their past and work side by side, or else be cast out. No matter how deep a man's hatreds may run, he cannot let them dictate his actions. The good of the Confederacy takes precedence over all. Suck, Rasho. Coward. Shit. Pui. Hey, Filmina. I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Gosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're on the same mind. It's little wonder they refused. We have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. Oh. The arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly. They display no signs of recent use or maintenance. Basically, you guys are no threat. Falcon Porter, hello. You? Nope. Nawashiro? Take an interest in the ship. Good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time she was a beauty. The Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like this Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had any of those recently, what with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, right? Hey. 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 Please. Shit. One. Kai. A number of crates and barrels have been stored here. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. Had a look around, then we just need to wait for Lise. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I want to talk to as many people as I could. It's just as Tansui said, they have no intention of standing up to Yatsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. I agree, it's obvious that they are struggling to survive and that they blame the Imperials for their recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down, they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we are not all talk, that we can be valued allies in the fight. And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance. Won't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and you know it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro, you two take the east. Good luck. Money? 25, okay. 13, 9, 17, alright. Taking that. Da, da, da. You have learned the emote Eastern Bell. My favorite emote. Ba-da, ba-da. Afumi! What's up? Oh. Oh, Afumi. Oh, hello, Afumi. Come and take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sway of the ocean? A new recruit from far-flung shores? Listen well, I have a task for you. Go first to Aokumo below and receive of him medicine for men of the earth. Then to Quickscape Pier and the hapless Doman bemoaning his wretched fate. Woo! Wee! Wee! Oh shit, that was close. Hey, where's he? There you go. There you are. Oh, Kumo. Come at the behest of Afumi for medicine. My very best is yours for the taking. How pitiful the lot of this Doman, unable to stomach the sea. A true confederate could raid a dozen ships while in his cups. Mayhap this one should return whence he came. Wow. Some brotherly love right there, man. You guys are such a tight unit. Kajika is nodding sagely in your direction. You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you are courageous as well. On the beach far to the west lies the carcass of a gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go and retrieve those which may still be of use. While you're about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. A very good meat is gyuki tails, you know. But I did say you would need to be a courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young, do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns its child. No problem, I'll bring you the tail of the mother too. Not even an issue. You there, hey you, have you seen a bumbling clod of an Aura? A new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro. He is late in returning. A strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak unless spoken to first. Better that than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty impels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligations. And now we go all the way around. All the way around. Round and round we go. No, why you do this? Da, da, da. Oh, this is the one with the ether current on top? Nope. The other ship, I guess. Around the corner. Why does it shift and shudder still? There you go, brother. Medicines? Give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I would do aught to render the world stable and motionless once more. You are kind as is Afumi. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I am able. You will tell her yourself. Some shit lazy bastard. You cast about for the Confederate recruit. You see no one matching his description. Isn't he dead, by the way? I didn't want to try that. Try this. Okay, no one matching his description. Okay. Isn't he like around this corner, dead or some shit? Oh, okay. That's how you want to play it? Alright, fine. Who are you? You do not look like a woman of the Confederacy. Forgive me, it was but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own, and I worried that she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest in the boat and pushed her out till the current claimed it. But for the seas are home, now and ever after. But those sent thither with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, it is said. Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters, and lost her life for it. But my vigil is ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life and placed her faith in us to live on. Yeah, just say you were lazing around, bro. Just say you were just sitting there doing nothing. It's fine. Whatever. I'm not gonna judge. I'm not your supervisor. I don't pay your bills. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. About it. Rotting carcass of the Gyuki emits a powerful stench that fills the air. Oh yeah, the tail as well. Wanna take the tail of the mom too though, come on. Two for the price of one. But the tail looked like the least meaty part of that whole oh. this guy first. Aranami. So, what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or some such? That's what he says. What? All this time he was standing watch for the funeral vessel? Huh. So rarely does he give voice to his thoughts. I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. Too quick was I to judge him. It is good that you went in my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. A lot of money and a lot of XP, buddy. You're a kind man. Who pays the toll for who? It's at this point. You have been away for some time, perhaps in search of a young Yuki corpse? I see I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill, but such is life. A pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Yuki as game. But as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows, too, must be reused when possible. A prudent measure became necessary. Alas, with every passing day, our future grows more uncertain. But this day we shall have full bellies, and in that must we take solace. And wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Gyuki by wandering near my neglected kill. A strange sigh passes your lips. Have I said something odd? No matter. Thank you again for your aid. Tansui. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland and came to us. He tosses and turns in his sleep, and when he takes to the water, it is not long before he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to this life. He is hardly the first, after all. The captain too was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 20 and 5 years ago, when the Imperials took his lands and the lives of his parents and brothers. Perhaps you too will renounce your ties and join us someday? I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Tansui unfolded all. Think of my offer, Westerner. You may find small joys in the land, but the sea holds salvation. No, I'm going to space, bitch. Ain't got time for the land or the sea. I am bound to the moon. Eventually. Hirase. Hirase, Alize's stones. You've been busy, haven't you? And now you're here to ask if I need help with anything? Now that you mention it. Lately we've had trouble with ravenous sharks that have been leaping out of the water and making off with our fish. Damnedest thing, I know, but you wouldn't doubt it if you saw it. We've got to call the thieving bastards regularly. So happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a few of those rotten fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can't find the other group. They've been away longer than I like. Da-da. Da-dee-da. Oh. Oh, there we go. Da-da. Oh, fuck. Shark on the lens. Alizé stones. Why is it called Alizé stones? Nice. Shark on the water. Let's go, baby. Tal's balls and Alizé stones. Oh boy. Snakey snake. There. Ooh, hello, red Kojin. On the back. Oh, Kami be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? No. Damn, before the Kojin started chasing us, their leader asked us if we were Doman. They are Yatsu's catchers. I know it. First Izari and now this. I've got to tell Rasho and the others. Oh, gotta go soon. Almost done for the day. I'll probably just finish this. Hopefully this whole area. Go to the next area maybe. I don't remember what this area is about. Oh, not you. Ah, there you are, Filomena. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast calling, though I think Lise made a stronger impression when she bested a drunken pirate in a sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I am told. I should like to think we have proven ourselves to be rather... Why'd I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? Probably because I do. Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates. Surely Yotsuyu has crossed the line now. We must go and speak with Rasho immediately. Even he cannot deny that this changes everything. At least I should like to think that he cannot. Down, down, down.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes, and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
I speak only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yotsuyu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
Actually, yes.
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know this.
Yeah, well, whatever.
They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh. If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path.
Coward.
Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution.
We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is.
Okay, yeah, sounds like a plan.
The question being, do you trust me?
Ask me again later.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
Ask me later.
Then let us roll the dice. If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought. You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Doma, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole. You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
Just like that. Trust.
Actually, my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on her own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome. If we succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
Words are air. We will weigh you by your deeds.
That costs nothing. Okay, and alright, that's level 62. Not that great, is it? So alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you are set upon this course, I shall give you a word of advice. Two factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Emperor belong to the Red. Those who belong to the Blue are the traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Seek the Blue on the Isle of Beko. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor not to keep you waiting over long for your sign. Right then, let us head for... Wait, where's Lise? Can't live without her. Stop throwing a tantrum, Lise. We ain't got time for your shit. Hey, you can get on the roof. Nice. Thought you couldn't. Fuck, almost fell. Huh? Filmina? What is it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wander off. I just want to have a think. You're worried we won't be able to live up to our promises? No, it's not that at all. If anything, I'm frustrated that I didn't think of it first. Yida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I always hoped I might have something of that in me too, but I'm starting to think I don't. What am I even doing here? Please, you... Gods, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything. We have places to go, Imperials to fight, and friends to save, and we're not going to get any of it done by standing around here moaning, right? Right. Before we first traveled to Girabania, I was in Lominsa visiting a friend, a young child who had been through a great deal. Oh, that's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie which sold some of the most exquisite-looking tarts I had ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless, I decided to stop and try one. I'll treat you to one when all of this is over, Filomena too, and I won't take no for an answer. What about Y'shtola? We'd never hear the end of it. Alright, Y'shtola too. Once she's better, deal? Good. Then let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. What a way to change the subject from this trying to figure out what she is and oh god, it's so far though. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da. Uzushio. Uzushio, what are you doing here? If you set your net according to the position of the moon and rhythm of the tide, it won't take long for it to become full. Most days I can catch enough food to feed our entire crew. God, if I remember where I need to go. Well, that looks like an entrance. That looks like an entrance. I feel like it was from the left though. It's been a while. It's kind of, I'll say the least, you know. Any location, you say? That's mighty thrifty of me, isn't it? Thank you. I think this is the Isle of Becca though. Though, to be honest, it looks the same to me as however many other islands around here. Russia said there was a cave that would lead us to their village. We should search further inland. This is the one where this is where I learned how to swim, right? How to dive and fly in the water. Amen. This looks like the place. And here we come.
Is that light I see up ahead?
Looks like.
We appear to be standing inside a giant bubble. By the 12. I think we're on the seabed.
Well, well, I thought I heard familiar voices.
some good ass fucking hearing.
Soroban, what are you doing here?
I mean, this is home. Like, came to see the blue turtles. He's a blue turtle.
What a curious question. I live here.
Then this is the home of the Blue Kojin.
Just so. I bid you welcome to Tamamizu.
Tamamizu. Mizu is water. What's Tama? Tama. Tamamizu. Not sure what Tama is. Don't remember. Tamamizu. How fortunate that we should find a familiar face in this place. We should tell Soroban about our situation. If anyone here can help, it's him. Okay, good. Okay. I guess we're going with thanking. So tell me, my friends, what strange tides bear you to our home? That is indeed a most dire predicament, but perhaps an opportunity for us to craft yet another profitable arrangement. Very well, I shall introduce you to our leader, Bunchin. It will be up to you, however, to present your case. Before that, let me just grab the thing over here. Yeah. Go.
Welcome, guests. Gratitude to you for aiding Soroban in his negotiations.
A bail.
We thank you for your hospitality, honored elder. Pray forgive me my brevity, but I wish to discuss an urgent matter.
So, you seek to compel our Red Brothers to forego hostilities for a time.
That's right. We know your two clans have your differences, but what with you being brothers and all, we thought you might be able to share some secret knowledge or something?
From far above, you have journeyed here in search of our wisdom. You shall have it. All creation is a tapestry, through which the divine is interwoven. Kami are legion, and they can be found in the great and the small. Though they come and go as they please, they favor certain vessels. The ancient, the precious, the exquisite. We Kojin covet these vessels, these treasures. We go forth and bring them home to keep them safe and bask in their divinity. They bring prosperity and joy to us and our children. Yet, how are we to seek these treasures above if we made enemies of the Garlean Empire, powerful and far-reaching as they are? Wiser to join with them. So resolved the Red Kojin. Cautiously and carefully, for the Garleans are blind to the divine, nor will they suffer their subjects to see. So the Red masquerade as mercenaries who seek money and power, and never speak of their faith in the presence of their masters. To honor the divine, they deny it. A twisted and misguided path. Aye. army will not abide such foolishness. This they shall learn to their sorrow. While our red brothers live by the sword, we blue Kojin uphold the old ways, engaging in trade and valuing peace. Alas, men distinguish not between our clans, and judgment for the doings of the red falls unjustly upon the blue. Thus do men grow more and more reluctant to deal with us, denying us our treasures. This cannot continue.
On that point, we are in agreement. You are willing to aid our cause, then?
There is a way that the red may be driven to retreat into their shells. But to share with you this knowledge is to reveal secrets of the divine. Assurances must first be had, trust forged, a bargain struck. Well said, Elder. In great crises is great profit to be had. Delight not overmuch in such things, Soroban. Now, tell our guests what must be done. As you wish.
Well, I've no idea what we've gotten ourselves into, but so far so good, right?
I guess. Listen well, my friends, we require your assistance with the search for a priceless treasure, the Yasakani no Magatama. This jewel, this most sacred of Kojin relics, was in the possession of Hingashi until they decided to present it to the Garleans in a gesture of conciliation. The Red would not abide this, and so they plotted to seize the vessel bearing it to their imperial masters. Alas, though they succeeded in the ensuing chaos, the Magatama was lost to the sea. We wish to recover the sacred jewel before our brothers. However, were we to come into conflict with them, it would be problematic. Therefore, we turn to you. So you want us to search the ocean floor for this treasure of yours. I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that without, drowning? Fear not. There is a ritual I can perform to imbue your bodies with a powerful blessing, but first you must prepare offerings for the sea. I require twisted ruby coral, several fist-sized sea snail shells, and freshly harvested Q carapace. That's quite the shopping list. I will see the shells, and Lise can look for the coral. Filomena, would you go and find an Q and leave it of its carapace? Carapace. Suzuri. I love the names here. Jump. Well, have you the Unku carapace? How splendid they are. The kami shall be most pleased, I am sure. I got it. I got the ruby coral you wanted. and I the sea snail shells. They're about the size of my fist, though I realize now you may have meant yours. These shall more than suffice for our purpose. Next, we must make ready to present them to the sea and perform the ritual. Once it has been completed, you will be able to move freely through the depths and find the Yasakani no Magatama. Out of curiosity, how large is this sacred jewel of yours? Unless it's far too large to be carried by the three of us, how are we supposed to even find it? The ruby sea is not exactly small. Ha ha ha, shall you realize we have been searching this whole time? The area we wish you to explore is but a small fraction of the ruby sea. Already have we scoured most of the seabed near within our territory, to no avail. All that remains is a region to the west. The shell-less of Suinosato can provide you with better guidance than we. You would do well to visit them first. Shell-less? You mean the Kojin aren't the only ones living under the sea? Of course not. The Ra'en have been here as long as I can remember. Shiosai, the overseer I believe, can tell you more when you arrive. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We have yet to carry out the ritual. Money? No. Money? Yes. Money? No. Soroban. Are you ready, my friends, to explore a world unlike any you have ever known? Then let us go to western part of the village where the water twists and turns, and there complete our preparations for the ritual. Nice, we get to breathe out the water. Jump. Whoop. Alright, I gotta go, so I'll leave this quest here. I'll go, whatchamacallit, the Gold Sosa. Real. Oh, whoa, I know what I need to do. So this is home point. There we go. For honestly, why? I don't know. But whatever. Fuck it. I'll save some money on the way back. Let's put some items for sale. I don't think I gambled on this character yet. We'll do that too. Okay, your Slinton items. Alright, here you go. Slinton more. Wait, did that need something sold? No? Okay. Items. What's this? It's a painting. I don't care. Now, what is this actually? Garbage. Got it. Alright. I don't think I got any weapons, so we don't care about that. Right? Yep. Alright. Get some helms. Oh. Sword. Nope, no helms. Okay. Chest. I know we got some. Shit. Shit. I know we got some gloves too. That. Sale. Ooh, baby, baby. Oh, baby, baby. Monies. Oh my lord, money. If all of this sells? Holy shit. I'll be fucking. Oh my lord, what is that price? Are you kidding me? Is this real life? What was that price? 385? Nope. Yeah. Nice, baby. Let's go. Ooh. Oh man, if all of these sell, that would be pretty damn nice. Buddy, now we're talking, man. There we go. That's 20 out of 20. Boom. Perfect number. Alright, and let's see. Did I gamble on this character? I think I did. Find out in a second. I did not. Nice. Money, money. Oh. 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 Fuck. Whatever. Nice. Great, fantastic numbers. Okay. 9, 3, 6, 4. It must be this. Must be nuts. 2, 9, 4, 7, 8. Shit. I will screw you too, asshole. God damn. Alright. Okay, that's it for today. We are done with the stream. Peace out, motherfucker! That was Framentor stream. I don't know, man. I'm just being retarded right now. Anyways, peace out. Thank you for watching and have a good day.